Thank you very much. My apologies for starting 6 minutes late. I'd like to call to order the concurrent meeting of School Administrative Unit Number 12 and the Londonderry School District today, May 30th at 7:06. And Hallie Dumaresk, if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, we'd appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, and we thank Hallie for sitting in the front row so I could single her out this evening. The first item on the agenda is something that we've had on for a while, but Stephanie Murphy was unable to attend. Nate, do you have someone presenting?
Jim is going to lead it off, and we have also John Fagula, who's the girls' basketball coach here tonight, too, as well as Steph.
Well, first of all, I'm not going to talk too much about the basketball part of it. We're going to let Coach do that. This is a proud moment for me because we don't just get to honor a basketball player, but we get to honor a great individual young lady from a wonderful family. And especially tonight when I see we have a lot of young children here tonight, I would hope that they would have goals someday, not just to grow up as tall as them, and also to achieve the accolades that she has in basketball, but even more importantly, to achieve the accolades that she gets every day by being just a great kid, great student, and great role model. She's an outstanding young lady, and now we're going to have Coach talk about some basketball ability, too.
Well, I'm doing anything. Thank you. I agree. You know, Steph's a very talented basketball player, but she's even a better person. And one of the best things is she's going back for another year now. You can't leave early or anywhere else. Just a little bit about what this award is. It's entitled the Gatorade Player. Every state has a Gatorade player from their particular state, which basically is the best basketball player. And sometimes some of the awards that you might see, like you have Miss New Hampshire basketball, but that's only strictly for seniors. And sometimes it isn't necessarily always the best player, because the way that they have the criteria now, it's like a little bit of basketball, a little bit of academics, and a little bit of other things, which I think is important. I just don't feel that it should be an equal thing. But the Gatorade player is based on basically the best player in the state, and it's from all 4 divisions. Anybody is eligible from grades 9 through 12. Some of the reasons that Steph has been given this award this year, and especially as a junior, that's a pretty strong statement. Obviously, she has been very highly recruited, and not just from the state of New Hampshire, but she's probably one of the better players in the New England area at this particular time. This year she averaged 22 points a ball game, which is pretty good no matter what, but when you consider the fact that she was pretty much double teamed all year long, every game, everybody trying some kind of defense to try and slow her down, still able to get 22 points a ball game. Averaged about 16 rebounds a ball game, which is a very strong number. 3 block shots a game, and her percentages were very good. Field goal percentage of over 60%, free throw percentage over 80%. She broke the school record for most points in one season. This year she had 499. She keeps telling me that she would have had 500, but in the final game we were down 2 points with a second to go, and she was at the foul line, and I said, missed the free throws. The only chance that we had to get the rebound and maybe put it back in the Hey, I'll take the heat. It's not going to be the last time I take the heat. She has been named first team All-State for the 2nd year in a row as a sophomore, and this year as a junior, and she was on 2nd team as a freshman, which is pretty hard to do. As you may be aware, she's made a verbal commitment to Boston College, and that's an outstanding program. And they were in the top 16 this year in the nation, and then moving to the ACC certainly going to be a very challenging situation, but that's a year or so from now. I'll start thinking about that. Right now, she also broke the 1,000-point barrier this year as a junior, and she ended the season with 1,254 points for her career, and if she does anything like she did this year, she'll have, close to 1,750, 1,800 points, which will be the record for Londonderry High School. She also has almost 900 rebounds for her career, and anybody getting 1,000 rebounds, it's probably harder than 1,000 points to get 1,000 rebounds. So to do both in a career, she had 330 last year, so I'm sure she'll end up with about 1,200 rebounds, which will also be a school record. She has about 200 blocks for her career. The average is about, I'm sure she'll end up with about 300 for her career, which also will be a school record. So, and that's obviously, we hope that staying healthy, all those numbers will come to pass. So those are pretty good numbers for anybody, and obviously the people that from Gatorade felt that she was extremely qualified even though she was a junior. So, Steph, we have basically Gatorade provides a plaque for the player, a plaque for the school, and then this banner, which will go up in the school somewhere to represent the fact that she was Player of the Year in girls basketball.
Turn around and show the board, too.
Oh, okay, well, let's switch positions. I'll be principal.
See what I have to put up with?
I coached her in softball, I just want to...
But obviously a tremendous accomplishment for anyone, and Gatorade also, I don't think this year that, I don't know if they've finalized, but they'll go with a regional player of the year and then a national player of the year. Unfortunately, in the region that Steph's in, there's the state of New York, which has probably the player of the year in it out of Christ the King High School. It's going to UConn next year, so I'm sure that she's probably going to be regional as well as probably national player of the year. But hey, next year, who knows? So we'll go for some big numbers there again. But again, congratulations, Steph. I did want to thank the board for giving the opportunity to get a little recognition like this, because it isn't something that happens every day, so thank you. Steph's going to say something now. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, now that I actually got to make it here, I feel very privileged to have the opportunity to represent Londonderry High School in athletics. And now that I received the banner, I hope that Londonderry High School can now accept the banner in order to display it in the beautiful gym that we have. Next thing.
Thank you, Stephanie. One of the two gavels fell on the ground. They fall in the holes.
Go both ways.
Nate, we have a next New Hampshire's fourth grade creative writing contest winner.
Yes, Shannon Finney. Linda, would you like to do the honors?
Thanks.
Anyway, we're proud of one of our very creative poets in our school. I think it was back in October, I asked Mrs. Shura if she could give me a poem that we could share at a staff meeting, because our focus this year is poetry, and she just happened to pick one of Shannon's poems, and it was about a squirrel. It was very beautiful. And then in February, I believe, Shannon also won the Paul J. Keogh Environmental Award for one of her poems, and that was sponsored by the EPA. And then she entered another contest, and a lot of the credit goes to Mrs. Jura, her teacher, for inspiring her and entering some of the children, lots of children, into the contest. Shannon's one that happened to win 2 contests. The second one was very big. It was New Hampshire 4th grade creative writing contest, and the theme was Old Man in the Mountain. And was it the 4th anniversary of the?
Yes.
4th anniversary of the falling of the old man. There was a ceremony at the Capitol Center for the Arts, and Shannon, the winner of this contest, read her poem about the old man in the mountain. It was very, very moving, brought people to tears, and then she got to meet with the governor afterward. But it didn't stop there. Whoops. The following Monday, I believe, Fritz Weatherby of New Hampshire Chronicle read her poem, and he read it beautifully, as you can imagine. And while he was reading it, there were clips of Shannon during the Capitol Center for the Arts ceremony, and it was just very, very exciting to see one of our students on our TV. But I know you want to hear from Shannon, is that right? Can this come up?
Sure.
Okay, there you go.
Whatever you want.
Okay. Yeah, I can put it right
I didn't know I was going to talk until today, so I don't really.
Shannon, tell them how you wrote your poem, how you did it, why you did it that way.
I first went to the Flume when I was 6 years old, and on the way driving there, we saw the old man of the mountain with our family, and like a year later, we saw that it collapsed on the TV, but I still remembered what he looked like, and I just wrote my poem like remembering what it looked like. And the last lines of my poem were, "What were you waiting for? What were you longing for?"
Congratulations, Shannon. Good job on it.
Thank you.
Nate, you have an announcement about Andy Susi this evening?
Yes, we want to make an announcement too. A little while ago, Andy Susi, who is our Director of Music, was, I believe, appointed as a Hall of Fame recipient for 2006 at the 2006 All-State Music Festival. And all of you who know Andy know what a fantastic musician he is and what a terrific Director of Music. And we wanted to congratulate Andy. He couldn't be with us tonight as they're having the music banquet this evening. And so we want to extend our congratulations to Andy.
Okay, we'd like to also ask this evening Deborah Brennan to come forward.
We had another honor bestowed upon South School. We have a very special individual in the school who just does everything. And a lot of projects wouldn't happen or be maintained if Deborah Brennan wasn't part of our staff and part of our volunteers in the school. She received the Greater Manchester Chamber of Commerce Education Excellence Award for outstanding contributions to the excellence in education in our school. I'll tell you a few things that Deborah does. She's a half-day classroom assistant in the second grade classroom, but she dedicates many afternoons and evenings of her own time to South School students and has taken a leadership role in several major school projects. To name a few, artist citizenship quilt, costumes for the drama club, creating a large school mascot and mask, 2 artists in residence projects, a community forum, a whole school planning day, apprentice gardeners club, grant writing, an indoor mini greenhouse, bird feeding, worm composting, ribbon cutting ceremony, monarch way station, wildlife inventory, and the garden steward committee. She's passionately dedicated to South School. She continues to be the spirit behind our schoolyard habitat and all the kid-friendly, hands-on wildlife experiences for our students. All these projects and programs that she has established would not exist without her influence, persistence, and hours of dedicated service. Deborah has contributed significantly to the excellence of education at South School.
Thank you very much.
I think this was the problem we had before, so if I give you the rose first. then this- No, you have to talk. Thank you.
Okay. Very much for the recognition, and South School is an incredible school to work at, and I don't know if there's, I know there are some parents here from South School, and I think they know what I'm talking about. So I am very appreciative of the staff and all that Linda has done. She's been wonderful since she came to our school, and we have been very, very lucky. So thank you very much.
I'd like to ask Mr. Elefante to come forward. I understand you have 2 recognitions tonight. There was one regarding a math program, and then we have a second regarding a assistant principal that will be leaving us.
Okay, well, first we'll do the math, okay? Actually, I just found out myself on Thursday that Londonderry High School was the state winner for the New England Math League. Something about that is this is the first time since 1986 that Londonderry High School won the New England Math League. And something interesting about it is in past years, we were having somewhere around 12 to 20 participants. And basically, it's a contest. Kids take the math exam, and the top 6 scores from each school is submitted. And the school that has the highest total of the top 6 wins. Miss Eva Koch, who was a math teacher at the high school, and an excellent math teacher at the high school, this year was able to convince 120 students to take the math test. And from that, still the top 6 get picked out. Certainly the numbers are greater. Londonderry High School won the New England Math League for the state of New Hampshire. So that's one great announcement. Somewhat sad announcement. Miss Judy Vigor, who has been assistant principal at Londonderry High School for 2 years, her and her husband will be relocating. And they will be relocating to Florida. And certainly at this point, we know Judy will do very well in Florida, find a great job, and do a great job. She's been an outstanding assistant principal for 2 years at Londonderry High. We will miss her. We will miss her energy. We will miss her enthusiasm. And the best way to describe Judy, whatever, there's a lot of work to be done and somebody is overloaded, Judy's the first one to pick up and say, I'll help out. And that's quite a team player. And we are going to miss Judy at Londonderry High School. She is not retiring, because she certainly isn't old enough. But she's just going to be moving on to warmer climates. And Judy and her husband, we wish well, and thank you for the wonderful 2 years. And if you can come up here. I haven't seen Judy cry in 2 years. You can have it.
I could say is that tried very hard not to be emotional about leaving because I really love my job. But family is in Florida, and family is really what needs to come first. So I really enjoyed my 2 years in Londonderry, and I absolutely love it here. And I hope to stay in close touch with a lot of people here. And thank you all very much for being so welcoming to me.
Thank you very much, Judy. We have this evening Representative Betsy McKinney, who I asked personally to stop in and talk to us about the program for a refund on your state tax as it relates to property. Come on forward.
Thank you. Do I stand over here?
Just by a microphone, if you could. You can sit if you like and speak into the microphone. And those are, just so everyone knows, those are the rules for everyone. We ask you to come forward and speak clearly and into the microphone.
I thank you for the opportunity. I'm always banging the drum about this moderate tax refund that's available from the state. It's on the statewide property tax that's on your tax bill. And I've written letters to the editor for the Londonderry Times and the Auburn newspaper. And every year I say, this is the last year I'm going to do it. But every year I get 5 or 6 people that never heard about it again. And then I get thank you notes from people that got money back and so forth. So I'm anxious to get the word out so I can stop writing letters in the future. And who knows how long this will last. Anyway, people that it's available to, or if you file married or head of household, the limit is $40,000, and if you're a single real estate income tax filer, it's $20,000. And there's a schedule you go through, and the most you can get back in Londonderry is $233. The least is probably around $46 if you qualify. So that's about all I have to say. If you want to get the forms, you can call me. You can go to the town hall. If you have a computer, there's a website. It's www.revenue.newhampshire.gov. And the form is called a DP8, and it's right there. You can download it and print it. Very simple form. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, okay, thank you, Betsy. Before Betsy leaves, I'd like to put a face on this. I'd like people to understand the limits that Betsy just talked about. This is a refund on tax that property tax that you've paid for school funding on a statewide property tax. This is something that you may be qualified to receive, and you may not recognize that you're qualified to receive it. There are families in this town that have had situations, job loss. They've had tragedies in their family, loss of a family member. They may have been laid off for just a period of the year. They may just be have a low or moderate income. This is a program that I asked Betsy to come and speak about it tonight because I have personally taken advantage of this program. I had a tragedy in my own family, and my salary, my revenue stream was affected. And I looked at this and said, this is just one way that I can help take care of my family until I can get things going again. So I want to make sure that everyone out there in the community knows that this is available. Even though you think it might not be for you, the limits are pretty high. Head of household, and that could be a single parent or married, at $40,000, or a single person at home living alone on a fixed or moderate income at $20,000. You would qualify for some type of refund. You can go into the town hall if you like and get the forms. You'll need a copy of your tax bill. And if you don't know where that tax bill is, you can go in, and if you wish, you can do it on a separate occasion, as I did, and pay $1 for a copy of your of what you paid for your taxes, a receipt. Betsy indicated that the forms are available online also, if you wanted to get them without coming to the town hall, and she offered to get them to you personally. Do you wish to give out your number, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 432-5232, and I'm in the book, so And if you need help filling them out, I've met people at the library and help fill them out and so forth, so all you need is that. And it doesn't, it's not age-specific, it's not assets, it's nothing, it's just your 1040 or your tax return for that particular year.
In a two-page or one-page, two-sided form, and it's simple, and once you do
One
it,
side.
once you do it 1 year, they send it back to you, they'll send it to you every year, so that you don't have to reach out to the town and come back in again. Yep. Betsy's got a yellow copy there. See,
Yeah,
there's writing on the back, little tiny writing.
Well, that's the instructions.
So those that qualify or aren't sure if you qualify, please look into the program. I think it would be advantageous to take advantage of it. Thanks, Betsy.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is I have Paul Domain of Blue Lions Cheerleading. Yep.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Steve, for having us put on the agenda tonight. And we're going to be brief tonight. We have 4 issues we'd like to discuss. So first of all, we'd like to thank the board for giving us this time to address our issues. We began this process November of 2005 and received sanction by the Recreation Commission in April of 2006. It is our goal to address 4 issues this evening. In addition, we would like to help other citizens from Londonderry who may wish to organize another group, whether it be tennis, volleyball, or some other activity which keeps kids active in their community. Over the last 7 months, the school administration has referred us to the Recreation Commission, who has referred us to the school board. The school board has referred us back to the Recreation Commission and back again. In addition, we have reached out to town council and town manager for assistance. In summary, we have been sent from the school administration, board, council, or commission to another on numerous occasions. This has been a frustrating process since neither group can answer all of our questions. In recent weeks, we've requested a joint meeting of the school and town council. Tonight, we are again requesting that the school board and town council meet to review the sanctioning process. Tonight, we'd like to review 4 issues. There are other issues, but due to time constraints, we will not address them at this time. These issues are dances, practice space, fall competition, and use of school-owned mats. And I would like to, I will have 5 questions.
Steve.
Dances.
I didn't hear the fourth one.
Dances are a primary source.
I'm sorry, Paul.
Sure.
Can you go through those 4 items again, just a little slower?
Sure. Dances, practice space, fall competition, and the use of school-owned mats. And starting with dances. Dances are a primary source of fundraising for the Blue Lions and are one of the team's and community's favorite activities. Prior to November of 2005, we held numerous dances without incident under a different and private organization. An early sign of resistance for the Blue Lions came in December of 2005 when we were required to disclose our federal ID to host the Toys for Tots dance. This requirement is not listed on the use facilities agreement, however, we complied anyways. Recently, we requested information regarding the district policy on dances. In a response to an email to the district on 3/30, we were told no private groups due to liability can host dances. This contradicted all dances we had held in past years. There were 2 follow-up emails sent on 3/30 and 3/31. Neither of these emails received a response. A 3rd email was sent to the school administration office, and on 4/5, and we included a copy of the district use of facilities agreement. At this time, we received a response which stated, the school district is having discussions regarding private organizations and their ability to host dances. Hence, we've been granted dances at Matthew Thornton and South School. When applying for dance at the middle school, we were denied the use of facility from the school administration's office. An email sent on April 18th to the building principal to ask for consideration to hold the dance never received a response. There were also several additional emails sent to the district office on 4/16 and 4/22 that did not receive a response. With 10% of our proceeds from dances going to the Toys for Tots program and a finale dance where all proceeds go to the Toys for Tots program, the dancers are not only important to us, but to many kids throughout the state as well who benefit from this. At present, the official reasoning for not allowing a dance at the Londonderry Middle School in June was to allow kids time to wind down. The 3 questions I have regarding dances, and we can answer these after, are: I'd like the school district to explain the policy regarding dances. 2, I'd like the school district to explain why we had to disclose our federal ID in order to hold our 2005 Toys for Tots dance. In other words, is it policy to have a federal ID in order to use the school facilities? 3, with regard to an after-hours activity, such as a dance on a Friday evening, should this not be a parental decision as to whether or not the kids need to wind down? Our fall competition. As a team, we would like to host an area competition. Teams from other communities would be invited to participate. Originally, we tried to get space at the high school gym. However, we were denied due to a large number of potential and unscheduled school activities in November. We were finally given space at the middle school on October 28th. Since this is a competition, we would like to put our best foot forward. When the request was approved, it was specified that we could not use any of the district competition mats. We would prefer not to use old or worn practice mats. My question number 4 is we would like to know if there are any mats available for our competition. Practice space. After appearing before the Recreation Committee on April 15th, we were granted practice time at North School Cafeteria, Monday through Friday from 6 to 8 and a 4-hour slot on Saturday. Shortly after that decision, the district informed us that the dates and times had been changed to Tuesday through Friday from 6:15 to 8 and a 3-hour time slot on Saturday. This is not an ideal situation since we have 3 teams, Pee Wee, Junior Varsity, and Varsity. We have since asked again, and the original practice times have been granted. However, they are still not ideal. We decided not to pursue a final resolution with regard to practice space until all 4 of our concerns have been addressed. Finally, use of mats, and then I'll follow up with question number 5. After the Recreation Committee granted us space, we were told we could not use the practice mats. We have offered to donate mats to the school without stipulation as to who could and could not use those mats. But we were told that there would be no storage available for those mats. Then there was a suggestion of possibly storing our own mats in an outside storage trailer on the grounds of the North School. This would, of course, require additional funds, and we are not so sure of the district's policy regarding the use of storage containers in the parking lot or grounds of the North School. My question number 5 is, could you please explain why the school district makes accommodations to store privately owned mats in their facility which have limited use and yet will not accept a true donation, again, a true donation of mats from us without stipulation as to who can and cannot use those mats? Mats that would benefit all kids in our community without discrimination based on to which organization they belong to. In conclusion, we have spent a large amount of time on these issues, as have the board and the district. Please understand that the school board's primary focus is education and not athletics, and we respect that and would like nothing more than you to focus on academics. We feel that these issues could have been resolved much more effectively if all parties concerned had worked together from the beginning. We are again asking for the school board and town council to meet and review the overall process. If at this time you're able, I'd like to go back to question 1 of my 5 questions.
The item I believe you'd like to address is the use of dance facilities, our facilities for dance space.
Would be the school district's policy regarding dances.
Okay. You indicated that the dance space has in fact been granted for either North or South School, but not for the middle school. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. Nate, would you address that, please?
When the issue was brought up to me, we checked, and Peter had also spoken to the middle school principal. The feeling was that we wanted to cut down on dances in the spring, the middle school. We did offer, and it was accepted by the Blue Lions, to host a dance at other schools. When I met with Paul, I informed him that he could contact the elementary principals, which he did, and set up dances. As a matter of fact, I signed a flyer just the other day
Correct.
for permission for dances. When it comes to, and let me go back to policy KG, which is community use of school facilities, and I'm going to try and hit the federal ID thing too. What we try to do is take a look at, let me take a step back. I had told Paul earlier that one of the things that we were looking at, because on average, in a given week, we have 250 activities after school going on between facilities and fields. And that one of the things, because we've grown so much, we wanted to do was get a better handle on facilities usage. And that one of the things that we're doing, I was having the principals get to me list of standing activities that they anticipated having next year. And that we would be looking at the summer, during the late spring and summer, to look at a more formalized policy as far as allocating time and space in the facilities, very similar to what we do with the fields. And if you look at the fields policy, we've got the fields broken down and we try to schedule them. Schools come first, then civic types of things, and then groups that are sanctioned by the recreation department. I try to give the principals latitude as far as dances, or whether or not they want to hold dances in schools based on the activities that they had. At the same time, understanding that, in fact, there are other venues, and that's what we try to accommodate the Blue Lions, so they do, in fact, have space to have dances at the schools. Is there a specific policy on dances? No, everything is governed basically by the school's facilities policy going along with it. To jump ahead to the other part regarding dances and why I believe the federal ID number was approved. Part of what we require when we have, if a group has gone through, and at the point, I believe, the original discussion on the dances, was in past, the dancers were run through because your group had been part of the Junior Lancers, and they had been sanctioned by, in fact, the recreation department. When you guys decided to form your own group, what we had to have is some kind of guarantee, and I believe this was, I think Peter also asked for insurance coverage too, was that under our policy, number 7, it says all applicants for use of district facilities shall hold the school district free and harmless from any liability or expense that may arise by such use of district facilities. Also, in the event that property loss or damage to district facilities is incurred, a bill for said damage shall be presented to the group using or occupying the facilities during the time of loss or damage. So I believe that the thought process there was having a federal ID number and having some insurance was a way of protecting the school district and also protecting yourselves, so that we'd have it. So I think, so that was issue number 1, which I think is the dances.
Two things I have some concern about is because A, there's nothing on the use facilities agreement which states you, first of all, must be a sanctioned organization, and then B, there's nothing on there that states you must provide a federal ID.
In the school district policy KG, which I believe Glenn Douglas had asked for a copy. General procedure, here's the way it reads. Authorization for use of school facilities should not be considered as an endorsement of or approval of any activity group. School-sponsored activity shall have first priority. The right to authorize use of school facilities shall be retained by the board and our superintendent. Such use will be determined by the district policy and will only be at such times as the facilities required are free from district curriculum and co-curricular activities. General procedures and board regulations. 1, written application for use of school facilities shall be made at the superintendent's office. 2, the principal will be responsible for maintaining an accurate calendar of all uses of school facilities by school and community groups. All use of school facilities for sports activities during non-school time will be sanctioned by the Recreation Department. 4, sponsoring organizations shall provide sufficient competent adult and/or special supervision, and the amount of adequate supervision will be agreed upon at the time of authorization is issued. 5, in addition to adequate adult supervision provided by the organization using school facilities, the district may require custodial cafeteria and/or police personnel, which will entail costs for such services. No alcoholic beverages. 7, I read. 8, disapproval requests may be appealed to the board. Then we have a section on religious organizations. And then use of equipment. Londonderry School District equipment is purchased primarily for use by students and staff. Civic organizations may request the use of equipment owned by the Londonderry School District. This equipment must be used in the school buildings, and use must have prior approval from the building principal. Exceptions to this policy must be requested in writing to the respective building principal. Then the use of school facilities or equipment for commercial purposes not permitted. Then we identify costs, and then there's a section in there on waiver of fees. So this is and then we have regulations regarding use of athletic and game fields, which goes on for about 3 or 4 pages.
Let's stay on the dance, Nate.
So whether a dance is approved or disapproved is based on this particular policy. And I believe where we are at this point, we have granted use of school facilities for the Blue Lions to hold a dance. In fact, multiple dances, if I understand correctly.
No, before, let me, I'd like to ask if I have any questions from the board on the dance item. Seeing none, go ahead. It's just that we set aside 30 minutes for this, so I
That's
just
fine.
wanted to stay on
I
schedule.
have a 7-hour drive tonight, so I will be brief. And that's fine. What was real puzzling is that we were approved for that Toys for Tots dance, and a week after it became knowledge that we were starting organizations, we got slapped with those 2 requirements. Well, both of which we complied with, one which was not on there. So that's okay, and I'd like to...
Paul, the only response I can give you regarding that is I'm assuming that the assumption was made that you're still part of the other group, and that's why.
No, I'll tell you, we thought you were part of the Lions Club.
Our application never said anything about it.
But that's how when we first got it, we thought you were part of the Lions Club, and then when we
It
found
never
out
said a
different.
word about it.
I'm just telling you why you were approved first.
But with regard to an after-hours activity, we'll move on.
Okay.
I just want to I want to state that when we're given a reason for the kids to wind down and it's an after-hours activity, I think it's parental. Just if nothing else, a comment. I think that's a parental discretion, and if for nothing, a lot of parents have said to me, if their kids want to go to the dance, it's like a carrot they got to dangle. Says, Johnny, Mary, you do your homework, you do well in school, then you can go to the dance. It's almost a reward. The dance is a reward, and.
But if we get to the issue, the nut of the issue is that you wanted space to have a dance.
Right.
I've provided you with a venue to have a dance. It's just not in the location that you wanted it.
I'm sorry. If we're going to take comments from the audience on items, you're going to have to come up to the microphone.
Yeah,
Nate, my question I have is.
And I'm sorry, you are?
Heather Domingue.
Thank you, Heather.
So we were granted space at Matthew Thornton to host a dance, so we can open that up where we can host the middle school kids at Matthew Thornton? Because I was under the impression that the dance was strictly for elementary, that we could not offer to
No,
middle school.
you can if you want. Our preference, obviously, the preference of the middle school principal was in the late spring of the year, where you've got an 8th grade dance and some other activities going on. His preference was, and I'll be honest with you, I agree with him, because we've got so many other activities going on. Preference was not to have a dance at the middle school with middle school age kids. When I responded back to you and said that you could try to look at another venue, I didn't say to you, it's restricted to group A or B. All right? What I did see on the notice that you sent me that I approved was that you were focusing it on elementary kids, and you had made it more like a family kind of thing. And I signed off on it. You emailed it to me. I got the email, and I sent you an email right back saying it was approved. So that was, in fact, your choice, as to how you did it. I don't think I ever said to you that you had to limit the particular age group. What I would suggest that is if you do have, in fact, a dance at whatever school, and that the broader the range of students, or you're better off having a particular group of students there. I don't think you want to have third graders with eighth graders.
No.
And that depending on the age, that I think you've got to have appropriate supervision in place and the whole bit. But I didn't say to you, and I think you would testify to that, I said, we didn't want to have it at the middle school. It was our preference not to have a middle school age dance, but because you wanted to have a dance, I said you could try one of the other venues in town.
Right, and because they had said they want the middle school kids to wind down,
Yeah,
you took.
and be very honest, I understand Paul's thing about dangling a carrot. I also know of the multitude of activities that go on in May and late June for middle school students, and the kinds of things that are going on, and the kind of competition you have with activities. So I definitely understand Andy's position, and I'll be very honest with you, I support that position. There's an eighth grade dance, and there are a whole host of other activities going on. But you approached, you said you wanted you wanted to do something where you could raise some money. I said, well, you could contact the other principals. I know you contacted Carol, and I'm assuming Linda. And I said, fine, if they got space that's free, that's free, meaning available, make contact with them, and then they have it. And I believe you scheduled a dance for the fall and a dance for the spring.
Right, because now that we have clarification on that.
Okay.
Yes,
Great.
fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
Glenn?
I have just one question.
Can you just move the microphone up, Glenn? Sorry, thanks.
From the beginning, I was the one that originally requested the information on the dances. I believe, I'd have to go back and check the email, but I believe I asked about the policy. I was told flat out, no private groups can hold a dance. I sent the follow-up emails. And yes, the recent dance space was granted and approved relatively quickly. I asked again for clarification and said if my wife and I wanted to host a dance, could we as private individuals? I got no response. It wasn't until I sent a copy of the district's policy to the district office that the policy, we were allowed to have a dance. And part of this, and a big part of this, is I don't want this to happen to other groups. We've been going through this since November, and it seems that the first response has always been no. I don't understand why when you asked to see the policy up front, it wasn't until Nate sent me the policy, which was a couple months after this had gone on. I mean, it's been back and forth, back and forth. See this group, see this group, see this group, talk to this person. The dances are approved, and that's great. But a big chunk of this, at least on my end, is I don't want this happening in other groups. And we had asked up front, just give us the information. If we're asking for the wrong thing, we will go away. But it was, and I have all the emails and copies, and it was just, please just go away. Don't ask questions. You're not allowed to have a dance. And I know there's some confusion on whether it was Lancers or this or that. I specifically asked, could the Blue Lions hold a dance? There was no confusion. And it took 2 months to get to the policy.
Nate, could you just address, Glenn indicated that he used the statement that no private groups can hold a dance. That in fact is not correct, is that right?
From time to time, quote unquote, a private group will hold a dance, but we require a whole bunch of stuff from them in order to do it. What we try to do too, and this is getting to an issue that we have, is that with the great demand on our facilities, right, that we provide priority to school activities, civic groups, and those groups that in a sense are sanctioned by the recreation department in those activities. What we don't want, and this is why we're very careful about this, is for our schools to become a venue for a whole bunch of private groups to host activities. That's
Actually,
the issue.
if you could hold on there, you're jumping ahead to my follow-up question. Presently, then, the Blue Lions have planned 2 dances for next year?
Correct.
And none for this year?
Well, one for June and one
Okay.
for the fall.
One for June, one for the fall. Unrelated to your organization, Nate, what would you do if you had 20 sanctioned groups in a month
Well-
that wanted to hold dances in the school district?
Yeah, that's becoming the big issue for us, and that's why I go back to what I had said earlier, that the first thing we're putting in place is the schedule for the after-school activities. Then what I believe we're going to do, because I think it's the only prudent thing to do and what has worked very effectively for us on the fields, is to schedule perhaps in thirds of a year as far as use of school facilities are concerned, with priority, obviously, schools, civic groups, and groups that are sanctioned by the recreation department. And also, too, I think it becomes critically important. I don't want people to descend on the use on our facilities from private groups, utilizing our facilities to make money. Now, I look at town programs, town recreational programs. I don't look at those as quote-unquote private groups, but I'm not really interested in opening up the facilities to Mr. Smith's Kung Fu dance or Mrs. Jones's program and opening up our school facilities for that because we are so crushed. I'll go back to what I said before. On average, 250 after-school activities, both schools, school district, and community activities are scheduled in school each week.
Okay, let me hold you there, Nate. Paul, would you like to talk about the practice?
I agree with Nate. I absolutely agree with you. If the board and the public and the community can understand one thing, is every request we have ever made since November, we've been given an adamant no. No private groups, no space, no dance, no sanction, no whatever. And we have gone through hoops and hoops and hoops to prove in our search for policy, which is why I requested the school district's policy on dances, because we've been given, I don't want to say false information, maybe not the complete information, maybe not. And so, Nate, I do agree with you. As a town, as a taxpayer, we don't want everybody coming in and using the school facilities. But we're the same people who've done dances for years. We're the same coaches, same people, just a different name. And the answer comes with it, no.
Well, I think part of the issue, and go back to it, going back, I think part of the issue revolved around the fact that our policy is clear as far as authorized use of facilities for groups that are sanctioned by the recreation department. And maybe there was some confusion as to how you went about that process. But I know as far back as November, I believe, there was indication given that what you should do is go to the rec department for sanctioning, because this was now a separate group. When we met, I believe it was in December, Paul, I'm trying to remember.
It was after that.
Okay. December or January, when we met, I encouraged you to go back, I encouraged you to go to the rec department.
It's February 21st. Yeah.
Okay, to go to the rec department. That was when I became aware of, and more or less within that time frame, aware of what the situation was. I know that when you did go back to the rec department, because your organization was a bit different than some of the other existing organizations, that the rec department approved you on a 5-0 vote. So that opened, in a sense, up the doors to some use of facilities by your group.
Fine.
Let's,
No, we won't go down that road. Okay.
no, I think, Paul, the important thing is that you did say that you felt that you were receiving no at every turn.
I feel I know. I can, I got a stack of emails to prove it. So, fourth question, you know, fall competition,
Well, wait.
Matt's-
How about the practice space?
that was after the fall competition.
I'm
but
sorry, I
if-
had dance, practice space, and then fall competition.
Practice space, I actually didn't have a question on. I had three questions with regard to dance. My fourth question was regard to, we would like to know if there are any mats available for our competition on October 28th. If there will be any mats made available. I do know where there are some mats. I know that there are mats that are owned by the school district. I know where we've been placed, and I just would like clarification to know if we're going to be granted use of those mats.
Let me address the fall competition, all right? My understanding is that you had asked for a series of dates for fall competition. Several of those dates wound up being denied because of possible conflict with volleyball playoffs, as well as,
The first one was denied because we were not yet sanctioned. That was the first one, and then you're right. Yep.
okay. So sanctioning is important, which you got, okay? Then there were several dates denied because they have potential conflict with what would be extracurricular, our school district's extracurricular activities, which would be possible volleyball playoffs as well as possible football playoffs. I believe the decision to say you got to have another date was an appropriate one, because I'm assuming that, in fact, you would invest a significant amount of money in promoting the competition, getting people organized. We wouldn't know who, in fact, whether or not we would be participating either in the football playoffs or the volleyball playoffs till a week before the dates that you suggested. I would not want to be in a position, I'll be very honest with you, I would be very upset if, in fact, we said you could have November 4th, and then in the end of October, I say, you can't have that venue anymore because, in fact, we have a volleyball playoff.
And we're okay with that. That's not the question here.
Now, the mats now, let me get to the mats. The question that you had posed to me, if I remember correctly, was mats at the middle school. We have, and I had somebody go back today, we have two different sets of mats at the middle school. One is wrestling mats. The other mats that we have, the school uses, are mats that were purchased by the Panthers about, I think, in 2004. The agreement we had with the Panthers, and I've done some research on it, was they bought the mats in exchange for letting them store the mats at the middle school and have the Panthers use the mats, and I believe also, last 2 years or so, have the junior Lancers use the mats. They would allow the school district to use their mats, saving the school district $7,000. So it was, we're buying the mats, let us store it there, we'll take care of the mats. The middle school cheerleading group can use those mats.
I don't think that's the question, though. Maybe I need to be more direct, because we've been granted competition on October 28th, and we cannot have our competition in the high school, which is fine.
Right.
We never objected to those dates, okay? But the high school does have a set of competition mats. If I need to be direct, my direct question is, will we be allowed to use the high school competition mats at the Londonderry Middle School on October 28th?
Well, to give you a response right now, I would have to go back and check to see if, in fact, the high school mats are available. Because what we have done, and I don't want to leave the impression that we have not tried to help out, I believe a member of your organization approached the athletic director about a week ago and asked if you could use the high school mats for your summer program. And the athletic director contacted me, asked what about it, and I said, sure, go ahead, because the information I had was, in fact, that you guys were going to go out and purchase mats, and that you might not get the mats until next September. So to bridge the gap because we weren't using the cheerleading mats during part of the summer, allowed your group, in essence, to borrow those mats for the summer for your summer program. Direct answer to your direct question regarding the mats, I'll have to go back and check and see if on that date they're being used or what have you, and whether or not we can make those mats available to you. So I'm not gonna give you a direct answer tonight, one way or the other.
And
What
that's
I can
fine.
promise you is that we'll go back and we'll check to see if in fact they're available for your competition.
Okay.
Was there another question in there, Paul?
There was, but I'm going to pass.
Okay.
I mentioned it twice, and I'll close with this. We have endured one of the most frustrating experiences this town could possibly have imposed on any group of kids. I've told people it's been somewhat embarrassing, that we've had to jump the hurdles we've had to jump for a program that 26 states in this country acknowledge as an independent sport. Every time we've made a request, regardless of what that request has been for, we have been told no. No without policy to back it up. And that is why, and I apologize, but that is why I have doubt. I have doubt because nothing has had any substance on our first go-round. And I've told people from town council to town manager to school board to the media that I don't know who to trust. And that's an awful thing. I look as a citizen, as a parent, as a taxpayer, I look for the leaders, whether they're paid, whether they're elected, to help ensure a program which has value and significance to kids, where they have an activity, where our program is about much more than cheerleading. And it's had that negative association. We've been slandered, we've been accused of doing things, we've been accused of making requests under names that simply just never happened. Emails have gone around behind our backs. We've endured many sleepless nights due to false accusations. And all for this, what started out to be a sanctioning process. And the thing I said twice, and I'm going to say it again, I'm going to make this request, if I may, that the school board and the town council sit down in the same room and discuss the sanctioning process. I think we owe it to the town, we owe it to the citizens, and we owe it to the next Tom and Mary, Bill and Dave, Susan and Sally, who want to step into this town and start an organization that'll benefit the kids, whether it be volleyball or swimming or croquet or remote control airplane flying. It doesn't matter. But the process we've endured, I don't think was necessary. We've wasted so much of your time. We've wasted so much of my time. And of these kids' times, and of the parents and the coaches. I think the way to put this to a halt is to sit down in the same room and discuss everything. Things that I'm not willing to discuss tonight, it's not the right forum, and we don't have ample time to discuss it. But as sincere as sincerity can bring to a table, I think we owe it to the community. We owe it to put it to rest once and for all. We owe it that all parties should work together for a common goal. If you got 20 groups and you have 3 facilities, you have to make the best of it. With 3 facilities, can you allow 50 groups? Probably not. And we've always respected, we've always been polite, but we've always sought to have our answers backed up with policy, to have them with some substance, not because somebody maybe doesn't like us, they feel threatened because we're taking kids from one program to another. Whatever the reasoning may be that we've been treated the way we've been treated, it's all been unfounded. And I hope when you sit down in private session tonight that the members will reach out to the town council, and I believe the town council will reach out to the school board And if it's involving the Recreation Commission, and I'd be happy to sit down, I know their parents and coaches, and let's come up with a better way, a better process. So this can be done and done smoothly.
A question from Ron?
Paul, how many times did you physically appear in front of the Recreation Department?
1.
Okay. In the process, and I sit on the Rec Commission,
Certainly.
in the process, the idea is that you come before the Rec Commission, and there's a number of groups here, and there's a number of ex-members here, and say, this is what you want, and explain it to the Rec Commission, the members of the Rec Commission. The only time that that occurred was when we were in this room, and the vote was 5-0.
Certainly.
When you came in front of the school board, the first time,
Certainly.
what was my answer to you at that time? You need to go in front of the Rec Commission to get sanctions. Is that
Certainly, yes, absolutely.
so? The policy that we have in place by the school board is that we ask that Rec Commission, so we don't have groups that form, to set up there that they provide the organizational structure and the policy to say, yes, this is a group. It is not overseeing any other group. So when we sent you back, when this board sat here and asked you to go back, we asked you to go back because they needed to do the sanctioning process. That's the way it's set up. We set up our facilities years ago that the Rec Commission would sanction the groups, and then at the fields meetings, and I'll go into the fields meetings, it is the Rec Commission or the Rec Chairman, Mr. Salidas, who divvies up the fields amongst the groups at that meeting. Okay, we kind of step back as a school board and we say, okay, recreation is a town function.
Certainly.
And that's how we proceed and follow through on it. So as a board member, okay, over here is, we try to give you, when you came to here and we said, this is where we have a problem that we want to get space, the first thing I said, and the board agreed, is go back to the Rec Commission, get on the agenda and get sanctioned, which happened at the next meeting.
Sure. Do you understand why I came here to the school board the first time? Because that's why the only reason I came here the first time is because we were denied any use of any facilities for 4 reasons and 4 reasons only. First reason, we were denied November because we were not, there was no space. Then we were denied because we were not sanctioned. Okay, I'd never heard the word. I've lived in this town 10 years and never even heard the word 10. You know, that doesn't mean I'm right. It just I'd never heard the word. So then we said, okay, how do you get sanctioned? The school administration said, go see the Rec Commission. The Rec Commission said, you cannot be sanctioned because the school board has placed a freeze on sanctioning teams. Okay?
Okay.
Now, because we were told the school board imposed that freeze, that is the only reason, the one and only reason why I appeared to take up 10 minutes of your time at that time, because as a citizen, there wasn't like a guidelines or procedures you could pick up at the town office that says, hey, you want to form an organization, this is what you do. We found everything out because we were told to go here. Then when we went there, we came here, you told us to go back to the Rec Commission.
But I'll go back to my first point. As a Rec Commission member, okay, the first time I saw your group was the time we were in this room and we sanctioned you.
Certainly.
Okay, I sit on the Rec Commission. I don't believe I missed more than maybe 1 meeting over the last several years.
To explain that, you're absolutely right. Why I never appeared in front of the Rec Commission, because the Rec Commission said the school board imposed a freeze. So why go to the Rec Commission? You got to go to the school board. And so we came to the school board. So it's not that we didn't want to go to the Rec Commission.
But the answer is, again, you're saying the Rec Commission, and again, if it came to me, I probably, on the Rec Commission or somewhere there, I could have probably done something or asked a question.
If I had known that, Ron, absolutely I would have.
Okay.
I just don't, it's not written anywhere.
I think we've used a term interchangeably here. You said Rec Commission, and was it, you said that you were told that you needed to go to the school board, or the school board had a freeze, but you had only been to the Rec Commission that one time.
Right. I spoke to a representative on the Recreation Department who told me, and that was at the advice of the school administration, who said, this is the person you need to call to. I called that person says there's a freeze on sanctioning of teams by the school board. So what do? I go to the school board.
Okay, we had Art Salidas came forward, and Art, just so the community knows, Art has several positions in town. He's an assistant, he's assistant, okay, he's an assistant principal at our high school.
Conversation with Mr. Domain in November, he asked me about getting sanctioned. I told him that things were tough for use of fields. He would have to come before the board. I offered to have, put him on the agenda for November. He said he was out of town, he was in New York. I said, couple of options.
I'm sorry, Art, which board?
The Rec Commission.
Okay.
Said I can present it for you if you wish, see what the take is. He said he didn't want to do that. I said, call me back, I can put you on the agenda for November. We did have a conversation about the sanctioning process and the fact that, you know, fields are limited and whatnot, okay? I've been in favor of competition cheerleading right from the get-go. I didn't hear from him again until we got put on the, actually, next time I heard anything was when he took the impromptu talk here. Put him on the agenda, it was a 5-0 vote. So, perception is reality, but not everybody's perception is reality. The group was sanctioned, they have the support of the Rec Commission. I think we ended up ending the debate, or the talk, because the board was all in favor of it after about 4, 5, 6 minutes.
Thank you. Any, do you have anything else?
No, I don't see the purpose at this point.
We have any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Please come forward and just state your name.
Hi,
And
I'm
before,
Karen Campbell.
Kara, before you start,
Yep.
were there any questions from the board? Okay.
Hi, I'm
Thank you.
Karen Campbell, and my daughter is interested in the Londonderry Blue Lions organization. And I just have a question. We've talked about the use of the mats that the Panthers had purchased, and that a few years later they granted the use of those mats to the Junior Lancers organization. I just wonder, has the Londonderry Blue Lions asked the Panthers if they could use the mats if they're not being used?
The school administration office said that they were not willing to share their mats, and so there's regulation and stipulation as to who can use their mats. And if mats are going to be stored at the school, which have stipulations as to who can and cannot use them, my suggestion to Mr. Greenberg when we met a couple weeks ago was, which was one of my questions here, was if the school is going to store mats that belong to a private organization. Now think about this, because I've certainly lost a lot of sleep thinking about this. And yet, we would donate mats that the school will not store. And the school has chosen to store privately owned mats, and say, and this organization can say, you know, you can use it, but you can't use it, and you can use it. Our solution was, well, that's fine. That's great. We're not upset that we can't use those mats, not in the least bit, not at all. I told Nate, I told Mr. Young in a private conversation, I would donate out of my own funds. I would purchase the mats and donate them to the school. They would not be on loan. They would not have any stipulations. They would not have any regulations whatsoever. These mats would then belong to the town of Londonderry. And anybody who was granted use of that facility who would require those mats would have free use of those mats. That was denied. Which,
That was my next question, Paul. If that was the case, that was denied.
What-
Do we know
what-
why?
hold
Oh, wait, no,
Time
no,
out.
excuse me.
Time out.
No, my
Time
turn,
out.
my turn. Kara, your question was, has the Blue Lions asked the Panthers for the use of the mats?
The first question.
Okay, and
I was told through a third party, the answer was no.
Okay, and Paul Domain, you indicated that you asked the district office, and they said that no, that wouldn't be allowed.
I didn't ask them specifically to use mats belonging to another organization.
Okay.
All right, can I have my take on this, please? I was asked to find out who in fact owned the mats and what the story was. The Panthers own the mats. The Panthers also allowed the Junior Lancers to use their mats. Several years ago, I believe it was 2004, Panthers approached the school district and said, and at that point in time, they said, we're buying these mats, can we store them? We'll allow, you guys can use, the middle school cheerleaders could use it, because up until that time, the middle school cheerleaders were using the wrestling mats, which as everybody knows, very heavy. A very good accommodation, right? And that's no different, I'll be very honest, that's no different than LAFA allowing the school to use their fields for a number of games. There's a precedent here, right? The same issue applies. It's a group that's sanctioned by the recreation department. They bought their own mats, they're using school facilities, they bought their own mats, they said, well, we're not using it, the middle school kids can use it. I don't have a problem with that, just as I don't have a problem with LAFA letting us use our fields, right? I can't schedule the LAFA fields and put another group there, all right? That's done by the rec group. So from the school district's point of view, it was a very good accommodation as far as I was concerned. School district didn't have to spend $7,000 on cheer mats, which was a good thing, particularly at budget time. I mean, it was a nice thing. Same time, I can't force another group to share their mats with somebody else. Regarding Paul's comment was, it was never, I'm gonna buy these mats and donate it to you, and you can use it for anybody else. I never said no. Somebody wants to give us mats, that's fine. I never said no.
No, but there's a storage issue now.
Well, there always was a storage issue, because when you go back, please, let me
Yep,
finish.
certainly.
When you go back to the fact that you were given North School a space, right? It was also, if I understand correctly, told there was no storage. Chuck Zapla said, I believe he said he could hook you up with somebody for a storage unit, because with all the construction going in the storage stuff, we have storage units outside, and that you could store your mats there, because we don't have storage space for mats in the school. And at a number of the schools, and I can think of South School, we've got storage units outside because we don't have enough storage for paper, pencils, and that kind of stuff. So that's really not an issue for us. The reason I believe North School was selected is that because the schedule at the middle school, with what we know for a number of teams and after-school activities, makes it impossible to schedule another group in there during the time frame. North School, I believe, was agreed to at the recreation meeting, okay? There was an agreement that the group would purchase their own mats. There was an agreement that we get storage facility, and that we would allow that storage facility on North School property. That's no problem. If I had room in North School, that'd be fine.
So
Okay.
Nate, that's where it stands now, that
That's-
it's been agreed that the storage facilities would be available for
yeah.
the storage of the mats at North School?
The Blue Lions have to get their own storage thing. We'd allow them to put it on school property, all right? And they have, obviously, use of North School. And Paul did say to Steve he was going to
Yeah,
purchase.
just so we can understand the chain of events, I think the option of you purchasing mats really just came up within the last 2 weeks.
Since we met.
Right, and now, I had also offered, and
Point of order on that. In the rec meeting that we were giving out the fields in North School, the purchase of mats was discussed there.
Yeah, yes, but with these
Yes.
individuals, yeah.
I have a
Glenn?
point of order with the rec commission. I hear all the rules, and we're being asked to follow the rules. Are there any minutes to the rec commission meeting?
Art would have the minutes if they had it. This was not at this was
Hold
not
on.
at a rec commission, this was at the field.
Conversation, he knows the answer. We lost our secretary, Ms. Swenson.
Art,
This was not-
whoa, both of you, guys, we're not gonna,
Excuse me,
we
this
can't
was
scream
at,
from the back.
this was at a field meeting, which was not a formal meeting, it was a field studies meeting.
Okay, if we're going to talk rec commission,
We're talking field allocation.
We're actually not going to talk rec commission, but Glenn, I appreciate your point of order comment. Nate?
yeah, if I can just sum up, this is where I believe we are now. There was a request made for use of facilities for dances. Right now, we have 2 scheduled, one in the spring and one in fall. We may be in disagreement regarding your most desirable location, but I did,
No, not at all. No, honestly, not at all.
okay. There was a request for space Once you went through the sanctioning process, you now have North School. It was a request regarding utilization of mats, or who owned the mats at the middle school. I believe I've given you the appropriate information.
I knew all along who owned them.
All right, so what we tried to do was accommodate, meet you. My understanding that the meeting you guys are gonna buy mats, there was a request made by a member of your organization, could they borrow high school mats during the summer? Because the mats that you would buy wouldn't be coming into fall. I said, yes. I told the athletic director to give approval. So we're trying to bide you over in the summertime. The one, as I understand it, remaining issue as we move forward was, in fact, whether or not you could use high school mats for your October 28th competition.
Correct, that's the one item we need an answer on.
And I guess my response is, I've got to go back and find out whether or not they're being used or not being used. Can't give you an answer now, but I would be more than happy to do that. That's where I think we are as far as making facilities available and addressing the issue at this point.
Okay, so I'd just like to close, Nate, Steve, thank you for those responses. I'd just like to close by saying that I don't know a lot about how the politics in the town works, but I'm hoping that we can all work together to come up with a solution that will help these girls and these athletes, achieve their goal. Because I know that there's a lot of girls that are very interested in this and want to see this come through, so come to fruition. So whatever you have to do to work together and come up with a creative solution, I ask, and on behalf of the parents here, we ask that you help support that. Thank you.
Hi.
Good evening, guys. First of all, I'm Tony DeCessa, President of the Panthers, and I just want to clear up a little. I want to do some clarification on the mats, just so that we're aware, and then we'll put it to bed once and for all. I've never received from the Panthers, from the Blue Lions, a formal request for use of the mats. Okay. So having said that, the Panthers and the Junior Lancers have come together this year, and the reason why we're at the middle school is because our numbers are up considerably over last year, and those mats are being used pretty much all week long. Not an issue. The reason the junior high school is able to use them is because our season overlaps. Just like when the rec committee gets together and they look at field usage, we try to determine usage of the mats. It's a hefty investment for an organization our size. Having said that even further, if you look at the October 28th date and going into November, the Panthers have made commitments for those mats to be used at our state competition and our regional competition at the Whittemore Center, so they wouldn't have been available anyway. But I do want to state, on the record, that we've never received a formal request for use of those mats. Thank you.
So Tony, if we were to request now, or did you just say that?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but we can't debate in the audience. If you'd like to come up and ask a question, though, please come on up. You sure? I wasn't trying to stop your question. I was just, the problem is people at home hear kind of mumbling in the audience. They can't hear everything. Yeah.
So I guess the next step would be for the Londonderry, the Lions, the Blue Lions, to put in a formal request to the Panthers to use those mats. But I also heard Tony say that it looks like they're busy, or that it looks like they're not available, so.
I did hear that. I did hear the superintendent say for this summer anyways that the school will make their mats available to the organization.
Yeah, and I don't know what the need for clarification is, because I really don't. My request is that will the high school mats, competition mats, which are owned by the town of Londonderry, and Nate is going to check into this, will they be allowed? I think that's, I don't know what else we need to discuss. I mean, that's...
Well, I think that's the question that, the one question that we now have that's open, is on October 28th, and Nate's going to check and see if the school's mats are available.
Right, and future use of facility requests, why I was asking for policy, because we've been told a number of reasons, whether we had to produce a federal ID or do things that we never had to do in the past, that are not on the use of facilities agreement. I just want to be clear that you tell us what you need, and we'll abide by it. You tell us what you need on a use of facilities agreement, we comply with it, and then you require something else. I think that there's a problem with that. So if that use of facilities agreement, if it's wrong, if it's outdated, then let's fix it. You know, and then we'll comply. But when we comply and then we're told, oh no, by the way, you need this, I got a problem with that. And I think so. We just, you know, anyways, I've gone past my 30 minutes. Thank you, Steve. I've got a long drive. Thank you. I hope, with sincerity, I'll say it one last time, that you guys will reach out and sit down with the town council.
Okay, I need to address that one point. Any other questions from the board? First of all, two statements that you made. The first one I'd like to address is that you used a term that you wasted time tonight, and I don't think you wasted any time at all. I think that the conversation and the engagement in the community was good. There was another point you made, and you said that when we sit down in private session tonight, and I think you were making a plea that we would have a discussion and agree to have a joint session. I just wanted to make something very clear. The board doesn't sit down in private session and have conversations about something that's not specifically a non-public item.
My mistake.
No, that's okay. It's very important because, as an example, we had a non-public session this evening that was posted to begin at 6:15, and those minutes will be available by state RSA in 36 hours. So if you'd like to see an example of what happens in non-public session, you can request those from the superintendent's office. If anyone were to have the conversations that you just mentioned in that meeting, I would actually stop those and I wouldn't let those go on. But specific to your request, we can certainly have that conversation in public. The next joint meeting is for the school board, the town council, and the budget committee is scheduled for sometime in August. That meeting is being chaired by Councilor Brian Farmer, and he would be the person that would be responsible for setting up that agenda. Actually, in the lifetime of town and school government, August is a very, very close time frame. So if you would like to approach him and ask him for some time on that agenda to discuss more general the issues that you just came up with, that would be your prerogative to approach him on that.
It's already been done.
So, okay.
Okay.
Great. All right,
Thanks,
thank you,
Nate.
Paul.
See ya.
And drive safe.
Do you wanna take a 5-minute break?
I don't.
Okay,
but-
that's fine with me.
The upcoming meetings, we have scheduled July 13th and July 25th. Also of and those are both meetings at 7 o'clock here in the town offices. Also of important note, Nate, the baccalaureate date and time?
Baccalaureate is the 15th of June, and Jim, that's what, 7 o'clock? 7 o'clock.
And the location?
Palace Theater in Manchester.
And the Palace Theater in Manchester. And then the graduation for,
June 17th, the Verizon Center, 2 o'clock.
okay, and 2 o'clock is a change from last year. It was at 4 o'clock last year, so it's been moved up to an earlier time.
Correct.
A hotter portion of the day, but enjoy the air conditioning. Any other dates?
Adult ed graduation,
Thank you. Adult ed graduation,
the 19th,
June
June 19th,
19th,
at the high school cafeteria at 6:30.
in the high school cafeteria at 6:30. Any other dates? All right. We're all the way up to 8:15.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to move the consent agenda.
Second.
First from Dan, second from Ron. Discussion or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That's 5-0, Mary. You had something, Ron?
Yeah, one of the retirements is Joyce Fowler, who's been teaching in Londonderry for 28 years. Joyce has been over at the high school for a significant amount of time, and she is an integral part of the staff at the high school. And the high school's going to miss Joyce. So we wish her well in retirement.
Thank you, Ron. Seeing no further discussion, deliberation, policy JFCL.
Breathalyzer policy. Based on, Mark, why are you leaving, Mark? The board had asked for several adjustments in policy JFCL, which is the breathalyzer policy. One, and we highlighted those in the bold print. The board wanted it basically just for the high school, and we've labeled it Londonderry High School. In item number 2, breathalyzer test to high school students. And then also the board had asked that we include language in there that would indicate that we wouldn't be doing random or wholesale testing on school property. And I couldn't think of, even looking at a thesaurus, I couldn't think of another word for wholesale, so I put wholesale in there. Also, as part of it, the regulation, we struck out middle school levels, and the board had wanted the use of the breathalyzer to be localized with the principal and/or assistant principals, and that's in there. Paragraph number 3, we added the term at the board's request, says, since reasonable suspicion has been established, failure to consent with knowledge of consequences shall result in the imposition of discipline consistent with the Londonderry policy. That was with the idea that when we got to the breathalyzer, we would have already established reasonable suspicion, and the board wanted that language in there. The board also, I believe, asked for an adjustment in the flow chart, which we did, indicating what would happen if the assessment was positive, and then what would happen if the assessment was negative, and we did make those adjustments. Also, as part of the information, I emailed to you the Wisconsin study that Mike Carl, our former SRO officer, had given us, and I didn't make copies because it's something like 180 pages. And I believe it included some information that the board had requested, and Mike is here to respond to it. One of them was what was the reliability, and in the Wisconsin study, which was an independent study, I believe they said that it was 100% reliable within 12 inches, meaning if you put it within 12 inches of someone, that its reliability was basically 100%. Mike is also here to respond to any additional questions that you may have, and Mike also has a sample alcohol blow.
Before you begin, Mike, just so everyone knows, the agenda indicates under deliberation that this is third reading to adopt. And actually, I believe that the board suspended the second reading. So that's just a typo that I was looking at other items and I didn't catch.
All right.
And we suspended the second reading. I believe the vote on that was 4-1 with Dan, and the Dan was voting not to suspend it. So tonight we begin the second reading, just so whoever makes motions, they do so appropriately. And the reason we suspended it was that there wasn't some information that we were interested in that was not available at the last meeting. So,
Mike, go ahead.
First of all, I got to apologize to the board. I've been out for several weeks. I had knee surgery and have not been to work, so I have not been able to follow up on all the people that I wanted to talk to. I've sent emails and phone calls and yet have not been over the school enough to follow up on that. However, I did speak to the company again, who gave me some additional information on area as in New England area departments and schools that currently use the alcohol blow. I was given Ramapo PD, and I have no idea how big that is, has gone strictly with the alcohol blow, and they are responsible for all the schools in their district. And there's a sergeant that's in charge of that program. I have not received any information back from him, but they have gone strictly with it. Broome County, New York has a Stop DWI program, and they work specifically in schools and other functions like that, and they have gone strictly with the alcohol blow, and a lot of it is because of the information they received off of the Wisconsin Department of Transportation report. Saugus, Mass uses it. South Berwick, Maine Corrections and Police Department both use it. And the Hartford County Sheriff's Department, which is in charge of all corrections, all of the corrections, employs 15 of these units, and they do sweeps in their jails specifically with this unit. If I don't know the specific pages, but one of the tables, or one of the tables that is particularly interesting for us was the detection of simulated breath alcohol in 5 different distances. There was 6 passive alcohol sensors, is what they're called. There were 6 passive alcohol sensors chosen, and out of the 6, it ranges of 1 inch, 4 inch, 6 inches, 12 inches, and 18 inches. Only the alcohol blow up until 12 inches was 100% accurate, and at 18 inches, it was 80% accurate. The manufacturer recommends 1 inch, or in that proximity, so we're looking at 100% accuracy in that range. In graph 7, Wisconsin shows that they tested, again, all 6 units, and in actively drinking, they tested actively drinking subjects, and out of all 6, there were only 2 that were 100% accurate, and that was the PAS-3, which I'm not sure what that is, but the alcohol blow was also only one of 2 that was 100% accurate. In the detection of alcohol beverages, both in containers and on a person, again, there was only 2 that were 100%. The Quick Draw, which is made by, I don't know who that's made by, but the alcohol blow, again, was 100% accurate. I think, and according to the company, the reason why a lot of these other, who I named previously, have gone with the alcohol blow because of their accuracy, their price, and the fact that they're only calibrated once a year. They only need to be calibrated once a year. The report does, however, I don't know if you gentlemen had a chance to read it. It doesn't show it favorable for law enforcement, and there's a reason for that, because law enforcement is looking for a device that they can use for a conviction in court, and the passive alcohol sensors are not. They wouldn't be accepted in court because it doesn't give a specific alcohol or a reading, a specific digital reading as to what the percentage is. They did find that the passive alcohol sensors did not violate Fourth Amendment rights, because it does not affect the right to protect citizens from unlawful searches. And in the Safe School Act, those searches can be done by an administrator, not by me, by an administrator in any event. So the Fourth Amendment concerns for searches, it's not applicable in this situation. Wisconsin also determined that the 5 most the areas that a PS would be used most likely would be for professional drivers, law enforcement, but that's probably going to be ruled out. schools, prisons, and businesses with zero tolerance. And again, these charts were used for those specific enforcement areas. As Nate said, the company did send us a loaner, if lack of a better term, for the board to observe, to see what it looks like, how it works, if you're interested. Again, I've only used this a couple times, and it's relatively easy to use. I've read the instructions once, and I've gotten pretty proficient with it, I hope. If I can approach.
Well, it's not a court. Bother us.
That's what I do. It's just a straight wand. It's run on 4 batteries, AA batteries. And again, this machine has the same sensor that a PBT that law enforcement uses. The only thing it doesn't do is it doesn't give you a reading. It doesn't give you an accurate reading. So basically what the alcohol blow does is you turn it on, it calibrates itself, it checks for any miscalibration or problems, and it's now showing green that it's ready and active and ready to go. And it can be used 2 ways, active or passively. In a passive search, that would be more used for a container. And for tonight's demonstration, I brought 2 containers. What do you got, Bill? Steve, you want to check that?
I think I need to.
This one is just straight mouthwash, and I won't tell you where I got it from. Okay, we got it from police department. There's a very low concentrate of alcohol in this mouthwash, obviously, because it's in that facility over there. It's not as high as Listerine or something like that. Listerine is like 21%. This is between 12 and 15%. Now, with if we were simulating a student in a classroom or in the building with a drink, and we're not sure whether there's alcohol in that or not, and again, vodka is very hard to detect. Even if you've consumed it, it's very hard to detect until it starts coming out of the system, and then later on you can smell the alcohol. But if we were to use it in a system like this, we'd let it sit over the drink, press the passive button, and then wait for a reading, which will be there. And that indicates that there's alcohol present. If it was a human being, and we can demonstrate that as well. I turned it off. Again, I've only used it a few times. I don't know, it's going to be a green reading. It should not. This is apple juice with that.
With mouthwash mixed in.
Yeah. Okay, it's giving me a green reading again. Again, I would need to practice with this and read it a little bit more because I'm not used to this particular machine. But if we were to use it on a live subject, all we would do is just hold it up to the individual, and again, it's not intrusive, and have them blow into it. It takes the sample, and it should come up green. So if it doesn't, I'm in a lot of trouble. Okay, there's no indication of alcohol there. I could have someone take a swig of this and dump it out, and if you wanted to see that, Jim volunteered to do it, and I promise it's mouthwash. Okay.
think I'll take mine back.
So what happened to the mouthwash? It went off.
Well, we
Yes.
didn't see,
So we'll do it now, and
Wait,
then, and Jim said in 15 minutes, the mouthwash will
Well,
wear off and you
well,
can do the
what it
test
does is it
again.
has 3 readings. There's a red, and the red indicates BAC level of between a .02 and above. Amber, which is a .01 to .02, and if it's green, there's everything under a .01. So if it's someone who has had mouthwash, the alcohol in mouthwash dissipates through just out of the mouth, because you haven't ingested it. If you were to ingest enough of the mouthwash, then it would be coming out of your blood, out of your lungs, and it takes this takes a deep lung sample. So even if you drank coffee or smoked a cigarette or took mints or something like that, you still have alcohol coming out of your system, because it's being released from your breath, from your blood to your breath and out of your system. So you'll get a continuous red or an amber for hours. If it's mouthwash, you're gonna get the reading ahead right away, and probably a red, because you're doing a quick, a high concentrate here, but just in your mouth, not ingesting it. And then over a short period of time, it's gonna go to amber, and then eventually we'll go back to green. The machine shuts itself off if it's not being used. So if we do have a child that has, if it's just a mouthwash thing, we observe them, make sure they couldn't ingest anything else, and then, if we're not sure if it's mouthwash or if it's alcohol, then over like a 10-minute period, that reading should come down. And if it doesn't, it stays red, then it's alcohol.
So you wouldn't have to redo the test then?
We would
Either
redo the
way,
test
yeah.
for the safety of the child, and to make sure that we're not making a false accusation. Yeah, we definitely, well, they would.
So is it accurate if I do it? I don't want
Yep.
to drink it if...
Yeah, you're not gonna swallow it though, that's just straight mouthwash, and no one else has
I'm not
used
gonna
that,
do
and
it
I'll have you
for
spit it
I
out.
hate to do this, but can we do a base test? I don't mean nothing personal, I just,
Test her now. Ah,
can we test you now?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Nothing personal at all.
Let's see, what time is my last drink?
No, I know it would come up if we didn't.
no, that's, okay. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna leave it about an inch,
I'm so
and a half,
embarrassed.
2 inches from your face, and I just want you to do a straight, steady breath. Blow through your mouth like this. Keep going.
I didn't take a deep enough breath.
Okay, it came up green, which means she doesn't have any alcohol in her system. Okay, now, take a little swig of that. Don't drink it.
Oh, I don't want to spit it out in front of everybody.
You can go ahead. The photographers are following though.
No.
I'll ask.
More kidding?
No. Which way?
Okay.
And actually, we've had a request for your name, so.
Oh, Karen Creed. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
The press just wrote it down, so.
Go ahead. Okay, good. Okay, there's alcohol present. Now, if we let her sit for 5-10 minutes, it should come down to amber, and then eventually, in a very short period of time, it'll go back to green. If that was alcohol, and you had, or even this, if you had ingested it, then it would stay red, obviously, because your system is still giving off the alcohol that you've ingested.
So it will change. So if it was really alcohol and it wasn't this, it wasn't mouthwash, it would stay as an accurate reading.
Well, if you just swished alcohol in your mouth and spit it out and you didn't ingest it, you're still, you're only, your breath is giving it off, or your mouth is giving it off, not your lungs, not your blood.
Okay.
Okay?
So should we do it again in 10 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, I'll take this one.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Very brave. Just don't drive home.
Okay, it's 5 minutes to 9. Well, we have to talk if we can't.
Well, thank you.
Oh, come on up, Adriana. Thank you.
Hello, Adriana Com. I have a question. I'm not really sure about all the medications that are out there, but what about something like if a child is taking cough medicine or allergy medicine, how does that register?
Well, school administrators, we can check on that because students can't bring any prescription or anything in without it being taken to the nurse, and the nurse is the only one that can administer it. If the nurse is doing that, then, I mean, obviously, we wouldn't even be,
Or what if it's 8:40 in the morning and they took it before they left for school that day? I'm trying to just be devil's
right,
advocate a little
I
bit.
understand that.
There might be issues where it arises.
Actually, it would be no different than what we do now. Matter of fact, we had an incident just this week that we thought a kid was acting a little strange, and when we addressed it with the student said that he was on a new medication. We contacted home. Mom confirmed that, and it went back to class. So that would be no different than if we didn't have the AccuBlow or the breathalyzer. You know, that happens all the time in school. What Mike was saying is kids can't bring medication to school. As a matter of fact, most of the kids will take their medication prior to going to school. And then at lunchtime, if they need medication, they take that in the nurse's office. But you're right. If there was a medication that would have alcohol in it, and I don't know of any, okay, because this is an alcohol sensor, it's not a, a drug sensor, then we would handle it the same way we handle it now. I mean, you have to understand, we do talk to kids, and we do work with kids, and even kids who come in here who we may suspect because of behavior or something, we talk to them for a while, and we go under the premise that they're telling us the truth, and we'll validate that before we go and do anything anyway. So I don't think the breathalyzer has an effect one way or the other on a situation like that.
And I think the important thing to remember is the only time that this would be used is after we've exhausted the investigation and we're at the very end of it, and there is a question, if there's still a question. One thing that this does that might have helped us in the situation we had out in the woods, without getting too much into that because there are legal implications, but if we had had something like this, other students were involved at first said that there was we did not know of any alcohol, and that student was unconscious. We could have used this to determine whether it was drugs or alcohol, and it would have changed at least what paramedics would have done on the scene in that particular instance. Again, my 4 years in the high school, we've had a couple of instances where there are containers in school where we could not smell. We got to the point where somebody volunteered to test it, which I would never recommend to anyone. And it turned out that the child that was in school had a bicycle backpack on, and he had made a screwdriver at home, vodka and orange juice, and brought it to school. And he was drinking it, and we didn't know.
You indicated that it would have been beneficial to a paramedic team to determine what was the cost of this item?
This particular item is less than $300.
So if it would be helpful to paramedics, why wouldn't they put that in their budget?
I couldn't answer that. I have no idea. They may use them. I'm not positive.
Well, it's 9 o'clock. Tom Frieda.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can I ask, if I understand it correctly, the policy as it now stands is that if you have reasonable suspicion, you're going to offer the student a breathalyzer test, and if he refuses, he's suspended?
Yes. The way we would not administer the breathalyzer unless, in fact, we had established reasonable suspicion. The way we're looking at it, Tom, was that this gives a student an opportunity to prove, A, that we're wrong, B, we also believe that by implementing this breathalyzer policy, we do believe, in fact, that it will be preventative in nature, and that it may cut down on the number of students who, in fact, may either drink before coming to a dance or an activity or before school.
But I just want to be clear. So it's only after once you've established reasonable
That's
suspicion.
correct. That's correct.
But it would be a suspension if he says no.
It would be suspension if he says no, only because before asking the youngster to take the breathalyzer, based on this policy, we had established reasonable suspicion. So absent the breathalyzer, up to that point, if we had established reasonable suspicion, after the youngster had been interviewed by the administration, we observed their behavior, they would be suspended anyways.
No, I understand that, and I, in a sense, I have a son who's going to be going to the high school next year, and I have no illusions that he's any different than any other kid and clearly susceptible to that. I also don't have a problem with offering a student a breathalyzer. I guess you call it like a tool of exoneration or something like that, right? My problem with the policy is the suspension for the refusal. And the reason for that, if I can...
Yeah, no, please continue.
Is you have a person who, based on your observations, you think is under the influence of alcohol, or at least his views of alcohol, doesn't even have to be drunk. He shouldn't be in possession of it or shouldn't have ingested it. But he's in a school, and he's required to go there under the law. Otherwise, you can have a truancy officer come and place him in custody. Now you're forcing him under pains of being expelled from school, which is, as you guys all have signed on for, is a personal right in your funding lawsuit. You're telling him he's got to make a decision, and that decision is incriminate himself or take a breathalyzer, or refuse to take the breathalyzer and get suspended. And the reason I bring this up is because I know you said you've had your lawyers have had a look at this. Well, I looked at it too, and I was kind of surprised at, frankly, the lack of cases on it. But there is one case that's directly on point, and it's from Arkansas. And in that case, the school had a policy similar to what you're going to adopt. And what it said was if they had reasonable suspicion, they would require to take a breathalyzer. And that's what happened. They had a child, they had observations, and actually during the trial there was admissions that he was under the influence. In fact, he did take a breathalyzer because he was given a choice. Take the breathalyzer or you're expelled. So he said to himself, I'll take the breathalyzer. And it turns out he had blue .06 and he got expelled anyway. Now in that case, and I can give you the site and I have copies for you if you'd like, the court upheld the policy only on one condition, because while the policy said everybody's going to be expelled if they don't take it, in practice that wasn't the case. They would let people out. But what you're saying here is that if you say no, you're expelled. When you give them that Hobson's choice, I think that violates the Constitution. And just the last part of it, just so you all can have a personal flavor for it, is that the federal court held every member of the school board who adopted the policy and the superintendent personally liable for violating his civil rights.
Okay, Tom, I'd have to disagree with your interpretation.
You know what, you have to disagree in a moment, and I'm gonna let, but not yet, because it's 9:05, sorry. Tom, it has nothing to do with your question. We're going to address it.
So that 10 minutes or 15?
That was 10.
Okay, it's recalibrated. I
Because
cleaned them up,
we
with
said
a
suspended.
non-alcohol swab, so that if she, if any spit or anything got on it, it wouldn't be reading that.
We say suspended, suspend the kid, instead of expelled next.
Getting better at it.
On the second,
She's clear.
Okay.
So again, it's,
we don't have a choice.
if it's just being held in the mouth, it's gonna evaporate, you're gonna breathe that off, and it's literally gonna breathe off of your tongue and inside your mouth. If you've ingested it though, it would take hours. I think the calculation is for every drink, which is a 12-ounce beer or something like that, it takes 1 hour to get rid of that one drink out of your alcohol system. So if we have a child that's had 4 or 5 drinks, it's gonna take 4 or 5 hours, and depending on how much they've eaten, how much sleep they've had, their body weight, gender, all these other things fall into place for that formula.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for volunteering.
Yes. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry I made you do the first base test.
Well, she didn't have to drink your Pepsi, though.
When they go first.
Okay. Nate, if you'd like to address Tom Friedis.
Yeah, Tom and I are disagreeing on this point. There are a couple of court cases that I think are germane to this. One is the State versus Tinkham, and New Jersey versus TLO, which does provide school districts with greater latitude in search than the police are provided, because of the concept of providing a safe environment for students. Getting back to your point, if in the absence of the breathalyzer, if based on a totality of information, observation, as well as interviewing a student, decision can be made by the administration to suspend that student based on behavior and observation of behavior, and belief that that youngster had in fact either taken drugs or alcohol. That's done as a normal course of business, if you will, presently. Sometimes the youngsters admit to having taken, having drunk alcohol or taken drugs in the interview process. And based on that information as well as observation, the youngster can be suspended. This is no different. We would not administer the breathalyzer test until, in fact, we had established what we consider to be reasonable suspicion. And I believe this constitutes a search, as identified under Tinkham, as being tailored to specific behavior that we're looking for. So, for instance, it's not dissimilar from searching a youngster's locker, because we believe that the youngster was, for a variety of reasons, in possession of marijuana, let's say, or alcohol, and you looked in the locker specifically for that. What we're saying here is that, the way the policy is written, that based on the totality of evidence that we see, we believe the youngster was drinking. We're giving the youngster an opportunity to take a breathalyzer. We're even willing to allow that youngster to take it twice. In the absence of the breathalyzer, we would be suspending the youngster at that point based upon his behavior and whether or not we had an admission or didn't have an admission that the youngster had either been drinking or taken drugs. This provides the youngster with an opportunity, in essence, to prove to us that is wrong. So, would the board raise the same issue you did at the last board meeting, and that's why we revised the policy a bit to indicate that, in fact, it would be something based upon, after establishing reasonable suspicion, that we did it, and that we revise the chart also to indicate that really, if the youngster didn't provide consent, but we still believe the youngster had in fact consumed alcohol or consumed drugs, that we would be suspending that youngster. So this is in essence an opportunity for that youngster to demonstrate that in fact they had not consumed, and that the suspension in a sense, would then be based upon the totality of evidence that the administration had gathered, based on observation, behavior, and so forth.
Can I respond?
Actually, you can, although I've got questions from Ron and George. Do you think it would be useful?
I just was asked to point out that the policy is we have it, and the policy that we administer now is a suspension. It's not an expulsion. So I don't know if that makes a difference.
No.
To my mind, I don't think it does. I think it's just, we
well-
say it's suspension. Well, we say it's suspension, we administer suspension. In this case, they say expulsion, they administer expulsion, so.
There is, there is a significant difference between the two. Suspension is for a definite period of time, be it 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10
Nate, I
days.
understand the difference between somebody being suspended and somebody
I'm
being
not sure Tom,
expelled.
yeah, I'm not sure Tom does, that's why, okay?
In their case, the difference was expulsion was for a semester.
Okay.
So,
So it's not the
while
same.
longer, it was a definite period of time. But I think the difference is, I agree that you can suspend somebody or expel them because you make observations that lead you to believe that that student is under the influence. My problem is that you're forcing him to assist you in that. Ask him to consent to a breath test on the pains of being expelled or suspended if he doesn't. That, I think, is the key difference, because you can suspend, as the officer can probably tell you, most drunk driving cases don't involve breathalyzers. I've tried hundreds of them. Most of the time, they don't involve breathalyzers. It's based on observations, either because the breathalyzer wasn't taken, which is most of the time, or because, for whatever reason, they can't get that evidence in. It's invalid, the machine isn't working, the officer's on vacation and not available. There's hundreds of reasons. The point is, people go to jail for drunk driving without taking a breathalyzer. That isn't my problem with this. My problem is you're telling this person, we got enough evidence to expel you right now, but we're going to put up this facade of this tool of exoneration. That's exactly the same words that the federal judge said the school board used in Arkansas, and he held all of them liable for violating this kid's civil rights because you didn't give him a choice. You said to him, you're out of school if you don't take the test. And frankly, and the TLO thing just isn't applicable. That was, if I remember correctly, in the New Jersey TLO case, was a search of a school locker based on observations of some teachers. They didn't need his consent. They had all sorts of, it was the school's locker. He had an expectation of privacy in it, but it was still the school property. So they could go in and do it, and that's what the Supreme Court said.
I'm going to go to Mrs. Me because I've had her on for a while.
Well, TLO is a girl's purse in school. It was her purse. I just wanted to, and I kind of asked George to say it, he sort of did. I think for the listening audience, use of the word expulsion to most people means out of school, can't come back, no educational services, and that's not what the district policy is on suspension. So I do think it's confusing to interchange those two words for anyone who might be listening. If a student is suspended, whether it's for 1 day, 3 days, 10 days here, they have the opportunity to get their work, to make their work up, to be caught up, etc. Administration deals with the suspension, but the classroom teachers have to still provide the educational support. Expulsion, I don't see the kid again. They're gone, they're expelled from the district. So I think it's a very different terminology that has to be used appropriately for Londonderry.
But I guess
Our students who are suspended, I don't think you could say are denied their education. If you're saying the judge in Arkansas ruled that his education was being denied, that's a different case. That's a different situation.
I beg to differ with you. I mean, the point being was he had a right to go to school, whether it was for 1 day, 10 days, or a semester. He was taken
Our
out of...
students don't lose their right to their education.
But they do lose their right to be in the same school that they were going to the day before the suspension. And I think
The
that's a
consequence
distinction
of
without...
certain actions.
I agree, and I'm not saying that you don't have a right based on your observations. I wouldn't care if you videotaped it. I wouldn't care if you brought in 10 witnesses. My problem is you have a person who you have enough evidence to suspend right there. And then you're saying to him, give us more evidence based on this breathalyzer test, which, by the way, you can't admit in any court, or we're going to suspend you anyway, because that then says you're guilty because you're refusing to give us evidence.
Ron and then Jim Elefante.
Tom, I guess I'm having a problem following, and I apologize. Right now, if they have reasonable suspicion, my understanding is the student is suspended. Bingo. That is the policy right now, and that's what this says. Once reasonable suspicion has been established, the administration really doesn't need anything else to suspend them for 5 days. And according to the RSAs, they can't appeal to the school board or anything else like that. So that's the point. That's where I understand the law is. And please correct me, Jim and Nate, if you're right. I believe that's where it is. So the child is suspended. When I say Ron Campo, I have reasonable suspicion that you have had alcohol, you've consumed alcohol. I have reasonable suspicion. That person is gone at that point in time.
So then you're saying that there's no additional consequence to him refusing?
There is no real consequence for him to refuse. The only thing I'm looking at it is that if there's some reason that they're wrong, it gives him an opportunity to look at it. Right now, they're able to suspend them, and we're not changing that based on their observation. Right now, they can walk in, they get an observation. Mr. Elefante Salidas can go and say, I believe that's the case.
Then why would you need an expulsion on failure to take the breathalyzer?
First of all, the reasonable suspicion is even just to investigate. I mean, we just don't say, let's pull out some kids and investigate. We use reasonable suspicion to investigate. Then we investigate. So now we're even beyond reasonable suspicion because now we've dialogued about it. At that point, we feel we have enough evidence to suspend the child. Right? We then, if the child's still refusing, we would offer the child, not require, offer the child the breathalyzer. The difference is, and I asked the same question you did, and I asked Matt Upton, why don't we require him? And he said, if you require, which that school district did, and make him take it, right, you are denying due process rights. And I bet if, I don't know the case, but I bet if you looked at the Arkansas case, probably the judge filed that his due process rights were violated. We are not violating due process rights. We're going through the whole due process system. The child then, or the parent then, has the right to appeal the suspension, and Barbara is right with that. And I guess, you know, I'm trying to think, a lot of people have asked the question, why are we doing the breathalyzer if we're catching them anyway, okay? And that's what people are saying. I guess the only thing I can liken it is, I don't put a security alarm system in my house and say, boy, it's working, I have caught 10 burglars, all right? I put a security alarm system in my house hoping the sign says security alarm and no one breaks into my house. If someone is breaking in 5 times and I catch them 5 times, the security system isn't working. I think the deterrent of the breathalyzer is important, number one. And I also think the message that is sent by the administration, the school board, and the community is important. And we are not requiring it, which would break due process rights. As a matter of fact, if we went to a child and said, we want to look in your backpack, we don't tell the kid, you have to make us look in your backpack. That is required. We have to have permission to do that. So it's the same as with the AccuBlow, because we will not be breaking due process rights, which I believe is probably the Arkansas case.
Well, you know, it's been a long time since I was in law school, but I think of the word coercion is applicable here. When you say, I'm offering you an opportunity to prove your innocence, but if you don't take the opportunity, you're suspended or expelled or whatever your punishment is, I think it's rather laughable to say that we're giving him a choice in this case, especially when we're talking about, I don't know, 14 to 18-year-olds. I mean, why don't you just say what it is? We've decided we're going to have a policy. If you refuse the breathalyzer, we're going to suspend you. That's fine. Let's cut out the semantics. That's exactly what you're doing, and it's not a choice. It's not a tool of exoneration. You're putting more evidence, another bullet in your gun, because perhaps you're afraid that somebody's going to say, my kid wasn't drunk that night. What evidence do you have? Just a couple of teachers. Where's the photographs? Where's this? Where's that? Well, I can understand you want that. I'm perfectly aware of litigation and the effects it has on a school department. I don't begrudge you that. My point is this. If you make it an offer to the kid, fine. Maybe he takes it, maybe he doesn't. Maybe his parents say, go ahead, give it. I want to know. But when you say you take it or you're expelled or suspended or whatever you want to call it, I think that's wrong. I think you're holding yourselves out to personal liability here. And to call it a choice or an offer, I think is laughable. And I think any judge is going to see that for what it is.
Hi.
Hi, Maria Newman. I was here last time. Since I left last time, I was one of the people that were opposed to this, but I figured let me read up on the policy and the packet and everything, and I did. I also looked up online other school districts to see what they're doing, and I see that it is starting to become a trend, and I understand it, and I understand why some school districts are looking to do this. But the one thing that I didn't say last time, and I guess it follows up with some of what you're saying, is I am really concerned about the legal aspect of this, okay? I understand you're trying to cover as much basis as possible in the policy for the language. I'm concerned that we're gonna leave a hole open somewhere and it's gonna cause a legal nightmare. I'm really here this time and last time on behalf of the school district, because I know the right thing's gonna be done with how Jim Elefante and administration is gonna approach the kids, because, you know, I just know that he's that type of administrator, he's gonna do the right thing. I'm not worried about that aspect of it. I'm worried about the lawsuit aspect of it. And I'm reading the policy and I'm seeing, you know, noting this case, noting that case. It seems like legal counsel came back to Nate Greenberg and said, well, look at this case, look at that case. But I'm still not seeing anywhere where it says that it's legal. Now, maybe I'm just not getting that part of it, but I'm concerned about the legal aspect of it. We, as a town, we went through a lawsuit over the past couple of years over a picture. You know, what's gonna happen, picture in a yearbook, we all know about that. What's gonna happen with this policy? Is that gonna be an open ticket for people to get too happy? You know, oh, not my kid, what'd you do to my kid? Oh, no, you didn't do this right, you didn't do that right, you breathalyzed the test, you know. I'm worried about that part of it. As a taxpayer, I'm worried about the lawsuits that might come out of this. Now, if you can sit here and tell me, oh no, legal counsel says A, B, C, D, we're protected, and our policy's covering it from head to toe, then you know what, I'm okay with it. But I'm weary of that. And I'd like to get a response from anybody. Mr. Greenberg, that would be great. If you can tell me how we can feel good about that part.
We specifically asked our counsel. We talked to him about the policy, what we're doing. We asked him basically to give us a legal opinion based on his research. And that's what he did. And if you don't have it, I can give you a copy of the memo. So I didn't say to him, and believe me, having gone through a number of laws,
I'm sure.
I got better things to spend my time on.
I'm sure.
Okay. We asked, is this a legitimate thing for us to do? Is it legal from your point of view?
Yeah.
He did the research, and what he did when he basically came back is that, in saying that the administration of a breathalyzer, because it's tailored on a specific suspicion, would fall within appropriate purview. Now, anybody can sue on anything. We can get sued under the present procedures that we have in place. Jim can make an assessment that based on the youngster's behavior, and even a youngster's admission that he or she consumed drugs, we can be sued on that too. To Tom's point, one of the points that we put in the regulation, and this was something that was requested by the board, was since reasonable suspicion has already been established, i.e. behavior, et cetera, the fact that a youngster refused to take it, okay, was in essence a way for the youngster to prove us wrong, because absent the breathalyzer, we had enough information, in effect, to suspend that child. And since the search is tailored based on the behavior that was observed and/or admission or lack of admission, that we felt comfortable in saying that, okay, we've got enough suspicion now to prove that Dan Beaver has been drinking. Dan is slurring his words, et cetera, et cetera. There's no history that Dan is on medication of any sort. And Dan, you have an option here. You can take the breathalyzer or you don't have to take it. Knowing full well ahead of time that based on the behavior that we've seen, we're going to suspend you. All right? You have an option at this point to prove us wrong. So the way, after the last discussion in the school board meeting, they had asked us to make several changes. One was obviously to focus just on the high school. And the second was, and I would say the second major thing was inserting in the regulations, since reasonable suspicion has been established. Right, so it's either going to be confirming or it's going to be an exoneration. So prior to getting to the point of offering a breathalyzer, all right, we would have conducted the interview, conducted the investigation, looked at the youngster, and had at that point what we would consider to be reasonable suspicion that the youngster had in fact been drinking, had consumed alcohol. And I think one of the key elements for us is, and Jim had a really, surprisingly enough, a very good analogy about the alarm system. That some of the conversations we've had with other people, what they've said to us is that, in fact, it is an inhibiting factor in youngsters' behavior. And I think that's one of the benefits that we're looking at this also. So, in that sense, yeah, I mean, we're very much suit conscious. Before we came forward with this, we asked our attorney to take a look at this and give us his opinion. If he had come back and said to us, there's no way that this can be defended, and this makes absolutely no sense based on the case law, don't do it, we wouldn't have brought it forth. He felt in his review of the cases that was appropriate and it was fine, that it would be sustainable. Does that mean somebody's not, I mean, we can get sued at any time, I mean, you don't need a reason almost to sue somebody. So can I guarantee that there would never be a lawsuit? No. Can I guarantee that there's not going to be a lawsuit now under the way we operate now? No. Okay, so, but I do think it does provide prevention, and I do think it also provides an opportunity for a youngster to prove us wrong. And I'll give you one quick example. We had a situation this year where we observed a youngster who we believed was under the influence. Asked the youngster, were you drinking today? This is early in the morning. No. Okay, called mom up. No, I drove him to school. Okay, he wasn't drinking in the morning. Subsequent investigation indicated that he had been drinking the night before, and alcohol was still in his system. Now, you ask a 16 or 17, were you drinking today? No, because today is not 1 o'clock in the morning. Today is from the time I got up. In that situation, that I think would have been, the use of a breathalyzer would have been helpful in confirming and would have saved a significant amount of time. And I think in that case, too, would have been helpful to the parent also. I mean, that stuff happens.
And that's a very important point, Nate, that this is not something you're going to use on every single kid.
Right.
I think this is a step where it's a little bit questionable. And in the case that Nate cites, this kid denied it. He looked at it, everything fit except for the fact that we couldn't smell any alcohol on him. And he said, no, I haven't had a drink. I haven't been drinking. Well, fortunately, I mean, and what do you do then? If you don't think the kid's been drinking, do you let him go? Or do you still keep him? Or what do you do with him? Fortunately, in this case, this kid had a juvenile probation and parole officer who ordered him taken into custody. We brought him to the police department. They did a test, and he was a .16. Now, if we let that kid walk away from that school and he get whacked by a car, look at the liability there. But if this had been presented to him, knowing this kid, he probably would have caved in and taken it, or just admitted it. So then there's no question about what action the school's going to take. But this is the very last resort after the investigation, and it's just not going to be given to every child that walks through the door, or, I mean, there's got to be some.
And this is, of course, it'll be all documented and so forth. And I guess my only other question was also with this level 3 offense sheet, I'm a little confused. I see you have the student offense, then you have the column for procedural response, then you have disciplinary options. It looks like you can choose any of these options. Or am I reading this wrong? Like in other words, you can choose 1 to 10 days suspension, you can choose the 180-day co-curricular suspension, you can, like, what's gonna determine what kind of disciplinary option the child will get depending on the offense, whether it's not taking the breathalyzer test, or vandalism, or fighting, like, how do you choose from this last column? Because I find that very vague, language-wise.
Right, this is, what you see, with the exception of the breathalyzer, is the procedure that's in place right now.
Right.
So the building administration has some latitude, so regarding suspension for a youngster that may have consumed alcohol. If it's a second time, it may be, more than it has been the first time. So one, it depends upon the set of circumstances, as to whether or not it's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5. This is no different than any other discipline procedure in place. And these student offenses all fall within this general category and what the options are. So that is no different than what we've got in place right now, where the administrator will make a judgment based on the youngster's behavior, past history, as to what, in fact, the consequences would be. Give you an example. Possession and use of prohibited substances, including alcohol, drugs, and drug paraphernalia. All right? The youngster has a large enough quantity that we, in fact, believe is large enough for distribution. It's going to be significantly more than 5 days or 10 days. In fact, that can be an issue that gets brought up to the superintendent and then possibly onto the school board, in fact, for expulsion, as opposed to a student that maybe has 1 joint in his pocket or her pocket. So it will vary. We provide the administrator's flexibility within those categories. And, the same thing with failure to follow reasonable rules. It depends on what the severity is.
I guess I just, again, legally, I guess I would just like to see, if it's this, you get that. If it's this offense, just to be clear cut and not have interpretation.
Right. And what it is it provides the administration with a framework, because what we'd also like to think is that we can take into account, well, there's consistency within the framework, but we can also take into account certain extenuating circumstances too. It's, there's, I don't want to use that as an example, but there may be extenuating circumstances, so instead of 10 days, the principal or the assistant principal decides to make it 5 days. So, and I don't think, my concern would be that if we itemized every single thing, that would lead to more problems than having this. And we really have had, over the years, minimal complaints or concerns regarding the administration of that, as it's laid out.
Again, I hope you don't mind, I'm bringing up all these points because I know there's a lot of people out there that are feeling the way I'm feeling and they're just not saying it. Also, there really hasn't been a lot of coverage on this outside of the newspaper, so there's not a lot of people that know much about this. Now there's been more articles, so they're hearing more, but I think there's a lot of parents that are questioning, are we gonna start inward lawsuits? And I know that a lot of parents are questioning that. So, again, we're trying to protect our district, trying to protect, fighting for school funds from the state is worth paying for, but I hate to see us having to pay lawyers if we're not crossing our T's and dotting our I's. And I know you're trying to do that, don't get me wrong, but I just wanna make sure that, we're gonna do the best we can with that part.
The only thing I can tell you is that before we brought forth recommendations, we ran it by our attorney.
Yeah.
And,
I see you did that, yeah.
because the last thing I want to do is spend more time in court.
Right. Okay. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. No, actually, if you could, one moment,
Oh, you
Mr.
want me?
Frida. No, actually, I'll refer to you, but Nate, Mrs. Newman asked an interesting question in regards to the attorney. We've made several changes on this document. Is the attorney up to date on those changes that we've made? So that we believe that it's still a document that would cover us reasonably?
I have not given him the last iteration because it was more refined than what the original one was.
I'd
Between
recommend-
now and your third reading, I'd be happy to do that, but I think if anything, it has increased the board's position because it's more narrowly defined what in fact we're doing.
That's fine, but I would recommend we spend some money with him to make sure that we're okay on that.
I just had a question that sort of Ron raised, at least in my mind. Ron indicated that at the end of all the observation period, the student's suspended. What happens if the breathalyzer exonerates him? Is he reinstated?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if you look at the chart, if in fact we suspected the youngster had imbibed alcohol, and the youngster took the test, and it proved negative, then what we would do is notify the parent that we had the reasonable suspicion, we gave the youngster the test, and in fact the youngster passed, and let them know. And that was one of the issues that the board brought up, and I'm trying to remember whether it was Dan last time. What happens if in fact it proves to be negative? And so we revised the flow chart to indicate that in fact if it was negative, then what we would do is we'd let the parent know, we had the suspicion that we would let the parent know that the youngster had agreed to the breathalyzer and that in fact it had proved negative. And I think that was, and so we did incorporate that into the procedure that we would have.
And this is the initial suspension go in his file?
If the youngster, no.
I think he wasn't
because
suspended. You never
if the
get-
youngster had not been suspended, this is all occurs before disciplinary action would have taken place.
No, but Ron indicated, based on the observation, he's suspended.
Wait a second.
If
There is-
right now, wait a minute, right now, if the child is observed and reasonable suspicion is there, and there was no breathalyzer, he'd be suspended. What you've done is put another step in the option there. You don't make, the answer is if he does nothing and we didn't say have a breathalyzer, he'd be suspended. Right now. That's the way the policy is.
Right.
Okay. Now you're putting a step that you could exonerate himself. And then the question is, well, in de facto, he's suspended at that point unless he's proven something else. And then at the end of this whole process, it's suspension. So it's really, the question is where you're putting the suspension type of deal. So I think it's a semantic type of question there. It's at the end of the process. If he refuses the breathalyzer, he's suspended. Or if we didn't have it, if the administration felt at that point in time that he was under the influence and there was no breathalyzer, he'd be suspended. So there's another little article to prove out that way. So I guess I'm looking at it from my own point of view is the fact is the reasonable suspension is the issue that suspends the child. The reasonable suspicion is the action that suspends the child. Okay?
So then he's suspended but exonerated.
Exactly, and it wouldn't go into the record because it's a continuous action. You haven't broken the pattern there.
No, I'm sorry, I missed, not suspended and exonerated. If in fact we go, this is like doing the investigation and the interview. Go through it, I believe, I have reasonable suspicion that Dan has been drinking. I say to Dan, based on your behavior and what I've seen, I believe that you're drinking. And Dan says, no, I haven't been, right? I said, okay, you have an opportunity here to take a breathalyzer, right? Dan says, okay, because I haven't been drinking. He blows into Mike's machine, okay? Comes back clean, right? And then I may ask him to take it a second time, okay? Comes back clean. Then that ends it. Just like if in fact we had an initial investigation regarding a youngster based on his behavior, had a conversation with the youngster, turns out just as Jim had mentioned before, the youngster's medication had changed. we contact the parent. There was no discipline taken. So it's not like you're suspended and then we're going to exonerate you. It's all part of one ongoing process. In this case, for instance, let's say Dan refuses to take the breathalyzer. Well, based on my observations, my interview with you, and the fact that you're still denying you did it, but you're slurring your speech, you're doing this, you're doing that, I'm going to suspend you, which is what happens now. And the offshoot is just exactly the opposite. So if in fact it proves that we're wrong, we had suspicion based on behavior, the youngster never got suspended, there was never anything that appeared in the youngster's record.
Is part of that calculus the fact that he's not providing you with anything to exonerate him?
Well, if the youngster refuses to admit that he or she was drinking, but based on his or her behavior, we believe that in fact the youngster had consumed alcohol or had consumed drugs based on their behavior, then we would, at this point in time, suspend that youngster because of the behavior. We have situations where the kids refuse to admit they did anything. And we may wind up looking at the youngster's locker because we believe there are either drugs or alcohol there, which we can do. So the high school makes those judgments, the administration makes those judgments every day based on a youngster's behavior. You're suspended. All this does is add an additional step that would allow, in fact, the youngster to clear themselves. If, in fact, they do, they say, yeah, I'm going to take it, blows into it, clean, we're done, okay? You may say no, okay, then based on all the information I have now, we're suspending you.
Would the principal like permission to come to the front of the line?
I just want to, if I can, we have one example. Is it drinking again? We had a child, one of the children of the dance situation, we never said that night that he was drinking. He was still suspended, and I told Mom, take him home, talk to him tomorrow morning. Next day, the kid called me and said, I just want to apologize, I was drinking. But he was suspended that night before on the evidence that he did have. And so I think that goes to Nate's point. We do the best job as we can with the evidence, and this kid, right until the next day, was refusing to admit to it.
I don't fault any of you for what you're doing based on your observations. And actually, from my experience, it's not uncommon for people that are accused and actually guilty of crimes to deny that they've ever done anything wrong. I mean, I feel for your position, your predicament. My problem is the coercive part of it. As I said before, I don't have a problem with a breathalyzer. I wouldn't even technically have a problem with a blood test if you suspected him of having drugs usage. My problem with it is you all say we've got enough to suspend him. Stop it there. Let them try to prove their innocence. If you've got enough, as you say you do, and I believe you do, given the circumstances, let them come back. If you release them in time, they can go to a hospital, get a blood test, and come back with fairly clear evidence of what is inside their blood alcohol content, or if they're under drugs. If they want to go that route, that's fine. Drunk drivers have that option. They take a breathalyzer test. They score high. If they can make it to a hospital in time, they can go take a blood test and introduce that evidence to counter that, because sometimes that's not an accurate test. And that's for a jury, or in this case, for a board or a superintendent to hear. As I said before, and I won't belabor it, my only problem is the coercive part of it. And frankly, you've put enough adjectives and adverbs in front of it, but it's still the same thing. If you don't take the test, you're out. And it seems to me that all it is just redundancy. You've already made that determination, and unless he proves his innocence, he's gone anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Would you like to speak?
This is a very interesting debate, and we're all talking about the children, the kids who are drinking. But I think that our real focus needs to be on where they're getting it. I mean, we need to think about the parents. Maybe they just don't realize that the kids are sneaking it from their homes, or maybe someone's buying it for them. That's what we need to focus on. I had a conversation with Jim, and he said that there's a committee forming at the high school. And I think maybe that's the route to go. Let's do some parent forums.
talk to those people and see if they'll address the community and educate the parents on how to keep our kids from drinking. I think that's the real issue. With the breathalyzer, having taken it, it wasn't that bad for me, but I can imagine if my son who's going to high school next year has to take it at 14, it's going to be very intimidating. And if the breathalyzer goes forward, then I would like to be there if someone says that my son's been drinking. So if Jim thinks that there's reasonable suspicion that he's been drinking, I would like to know. I would like to be there when he has the breathalyzer test. And he knows that he's not going to get it easy for me either. It's really fuel for me as well. But I don't know, at such a young age, if he makes that bad decision, I want to be there to support him and to let him know that there's the evidence and we'll go from there. I didn't actually see the minutes from the last meeting, but I've been told by a couple of people that a high school administrator mentioned that he or she knew who the bad kids were and who the good kids were. As a parent of children, and if that's true, as a parent of children going into the high school, that concerns me. Because what if that administrator thinks that my child is a bad kid and doesn't really know what the situation is, doesn't really know. I mean, again, I don't know if that's true. That's what two people said to me. I haven't seen the video, although I have it to look at later.
Nobody at the high school administration said that. Somebody in the audience said that people should know who the good kids are and who the bad kids are. It wasn't the high school administration.
Okay, well, I'm glad that I mentioned it because I didn't think so. I didn't think it was.
We don't have any bad kids.
That's what I wanted to hear. I think we have good kids who make bad choices. And we have parents who make bad choices too, and they should be held as accountable as the kids do. The kids are going to be held accountable if they have to take that test, but the parents should also have some consequence to pay for not watching over their kids. And then I just have a question for you. If a parent is, if someone's pulled over on suspicion of drinking, you don't do a breathalyzer test?
We don't do this particular. We do have PBTs, but the difference between those and this, the only difference is the PBTs give us an actual digital readout of what the blood alcohol content is,
Okay. So
or the breath, BRAC.
If you pulled over a car full of kids who had been drinking, what do you do at that point? Do you give them a breathalyzer, or do you take them in and call the parents? Or?
If we even suspect that they've been drinking, we have no choice. They have to be taken in. There's a law that Kingston, State v. Kingston, that is pretty much, it defines what the police have to do, and the law says they shall take any juvenile that's been suspected of ingesting or in possession of alcohol or internal possession. They have to be taken in.
And then you call the parents and they do breathalyzer tests, or?
No, we don't even need to do a breathalyzer. See, that's why the administration is the one that's going to be administering the test, because if you involve me as the ex-school resource officer, if you involve me at that point, you may have a kid that made a mistake. He was peer pressure got to him and he had a sip of beer. Do you want to really drag that kid through the legal system because he made one mistake? Maybe that's the only time it'll ever happen. But if you involve me in it, then that's what's going to happen.
So the administration isn't required to let you know if there's been an incidence of underage drinking in the school?
Absolutely not. I mean, they involve us with it, but they have the right to administer.
We have to notify.
Whatever discipline. They let me know, but it doesn't mean they drag me down to the gym or whatever, and that I take them into custody. That's not. It doesn't have to happen.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
So, Officer Coral, if you are involved from working with the student in that issue, then that student must go to the police station. Whereas if the administration is involved in the test, that student does not necessarily have to go to the police station.
That's correct. If the administration involves me prior to the test, it's much like a search of a school locker. If they involve me prior to the search, then they automatically become an agent of the state, and they're bound by the same rules that govern police. They have to go get a search warrant.
Questions from the board? Jim, I'd like to just role play very quickly with you on something, if you could come to the microphone. I was, this is just role playing. I was in the high school and I put graffiti on the wall in the lobby area. And you now have me in your office, and you're asking me if I put that graffiti on the wall. And I answer that I haven't. I didn't put the graffiti on the wall. What happens?
Well, in that particular case, obviously, we would see if there were any eyewitnesses. We would go to the video camera and see if the video camera that we have in the
Now,
school.
do I have to give you authorization to view the video?
No. The video is school-run, school-owned video. So we would go to the video cameras, try to determine the time or go through a time period, see if we see anybody, yourself or anybody else doing the graffiti. We try to establish the time.
Okay, so I say I didn't do it, and you tell me that, but there's video cameras. And I say, but you don't have permission to see a video of me.
The school owns the video cameras.
Okay.
The school board has the policy for the video cameras, and we have the right to look and view those video cameras. As a student, you can't tell us we can't view the video cameras. That is correct.
Okay. So now I've sat down with you and I've looked at that video with you, and I'm not doing anything to the wall. It's someone else. What happens to me?
We apologize for getting you involved and probably missing some class time. If it was a situation where I thought that it was pretty involved, we will contact the parent and say, hey, look, Joey's going to go home, or we can tell you this is what happened, this is what happened, this is why we did it, and then we will pursue the investigation with the student that we did see.
Mrs. May?
I was just going to say, too, that the students all get student planners the first day of school now, and they're given out during their A-period block, which the first day of school is 90 minutes long. And part of the opening day thing that's been in place as long as I've been there is that the A-period teachers are responsible for going through all the discipline policies are in there. There's certain things I think that are highlighted that we're supposed to make sure that we read. So it's not just a case of, a student not knowing the cameras are in the building, for instance, that sort of thing. I think those are a lot of things that are actually done in some of the opening day procedures. And then I know, and Mike's been in my class, kids that take the law studies class, granted they're juniors or seniors, but we do go over a lot of what I call school rule versus the real world, rules, because there are some differences as far as search and seizure and possession and some of the other things. But I do think a lot of those introductory things of what the school rules are, from freshmen through seniors, you have to do it if you have an A-period class, no matter whether you think they know it or not. So they get it done.
So Nate, should this be enacted, then it would be part of the school's handbook and part of the school's introductory procedure that everyone would be informed.
Yes, sir.
Maria Newman, Mrs. Newman, one of the comments that you made as far as the amount of press or conversation that the community's had on this, so I agree that we definitely should be engaging the community on this. You may not be aware, but I think we're in our 9th hour at this point discussing the issue, and our 4th meeting. I know that administration and board members have been contacted and talked to Boston Globe, the Eagle Tribune, the Dairy News, Union Leader, Channel 50 and Dairy, Londonderry Times, and we have had so far about 8 parents come forward and 20 students, 20 young people. And we're still only in the second reading, so there's could be at least one other opportunity for people to come forward and have conversations with us. So I think that that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And particularly some conversations tonight about the community and parents and where they stand and their responsibilities. Any other conversations on the board, or if somebody would like to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept for the second reading breathalyzer policy, which is JFCL.
We have a first and a second, and that would conclude the entire family of JFCLR, JIHR, JGR, JFCH, and FCHI. And
That is a pleasure. I will amend it to
R&E.
include all of them.
First and the second for the discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
And I vote affirmative, 4-1. George is in the dissent. I'm moving us forward to the third reading, which will occur on June 13th here in this room. And I'd ask for any parent, citizen, or student to please come forward and participate at that time. So what do you mean former? When do you leave us?
Actually, I already have. They pulled me out. I'm doing background investigations. We've got a number of members we have to hire, and anybody with experience has been pulled from whatever they're doing, and that's what we're doing.
So your interaction with the students has been more than priceless, and I appreciate it personally. I'm sure the other board members do. But
I've been out for 3 weeks, and I can tell you, I really miss it. I went into the office today, and I was like, oh, boy. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Paul?
Steve, I just want to clarify, we've had a lot of discussion tonight and previous nights. To my knowledge, there are no outstanding actions that need to be done between now and the next final reading. Is that?
The only thing I understand is Steve asked me to double check with the attorney on the current wording. And
So we'll have an answer to that in our package for the next reading.
Yep.
And I hope that I'll have the schools I contacted, the other counties, I'll have responses and hopefully some emails and some conversation with them, and hopefully stats from them if they have them.
That would be extremely helpful. And the PDF file that the board received via electronic format, Nate, can we make that available on the website somehow so that the public
Yep.
can access that? Great. You check with Sue tomorrow.
Yes.
Great, thank you. School board liaison reports. This is me.
I don't think I have much to say tonight.
Points to you, Barbara.
I'm going home.
We're beginning at 9:58. George?
Technology Committee met, I can't remember when, it seems like an eternity, but it was probably beginning of the week. Couple things, and Sue, we're gonna be looking at EDDA later on. So we'll look at the email retention and deletion policy in a little bit. And the other thing that I just wanted to point out is that the elementary network printers, I think we bought them. Okay, so that, the board had seen that, I believe, at the last meeting and approved the purchase of those 16 printers, which we got a terrific deal plus a rebate on. So we were able to buy 2 years' worth of printers in 1 year and still save quite a bit of money. So that's always a good thing. And that's it, sir.
Paul?
It has been a busy month, but I'll go through this quickly. PTA had a meeting at the high school, mostly organizational issues, but they did announce that 2 $500 scholarships would be awarded to high school students who contributed to PTA efforts. The middle school also had an important PTA meeting. They made the official vote to disband as a PTA and become a PTO at the end of this year. So they're on to a new way of doing business. starting next year, starting this summer for next year. We all attended the joint meeting with the town council and the the budget committee. And I personally thought it was very worthwhile. We both conducted some business at that meeting, and it was also a great opportunity to communicate some issues of importance to the public, such as discussing town reaction, town government and school officials to the recent flooding that we had to deal with, the spraying for mosquitoes, et cetera. So I thought that was a good session. Looking forward to the one in August, and in fact, a regular series of these cooperative efforts to conduct business and communicate important issues in the future in the governing bodies. The C3 committee, Curriculum Coordinating Council, met and discussed a number of things. And one we spent most time on probably was curriculum mapping, and I think Mark will be touching on the issues that were raised and discussed at that meeting. And the South School Building Committee met. Dan and I attended that. Thanked the chairman and talked about membership and prepared a charge, I should say, that will be before us in a few minutes as well.
Ron? George and Paul had covered the committees I attended, so nothing.
Yeah.
Budget committee, basically, it was a kickoff meeting. A couple of members are in attendance, or were. I see Adriana's still there. And real brief, John Silvestro is the chairman, and John asked the budget committee how they would like to address the overall budgets this year. John threw out that maybe they should look at it as a 70 million plus budget with town and school board together. Kind of a novel idea. I voiced my concern relative to the appropriation of revenues and lack thereof, and certainly we don't have any indication of what our revenue base may be next year. But he was just throwing out a couple of considerations. So Paul was there for some of that and then had to go to a heritage meeting, but that was basically it, I think. I don't think there was anything of much more importance there. Town council basically talked about the appropriation or the award to Londonderry. Police, there were some awards presented that night but the airport and how budget was going to, or how that appropriations and budget was going to be developed and treated. That was also discussed at the budget committee. And there was mostly it was, Marty's here, it was mostly rezoning. One parcel of some consideration was up by Harvey Industries, that there's some good news there, some industrial development going on. And that was about it. Ron and I attended a North School Building Committee, but that's kind of winding down. There's a little bit of action to be done yet, and some discussion about some appropriation and funding that we'll be addressing. I think the next meeting is this week, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the update on that. Thank you.
Special education?
I'm not on that committee.
Ron, you're on that committee? Because I came in late on that meeting.
I apologize. I'm
That's
drawing a
okay.
blank on it.
It's because we've been a month since there's a discussion on a restraint policy. Draft for that. Our next meeting is June 13th. And we discussed the autism program throughout the district. South School PTA, I'll go right to the highlight before I move on. 67% of the students enjoy the playground all the time. 30% of the students enjoy the playground some of the time, and 3% of the students do not enjoy the playground at all. I understand they enjoyed lunch quite a bit, though. On the NH Cafe front, the New Hampshire School Board Association filed a amicus brief on Friday, friend of the court brief, friend of ours, and that is posted today at the website nhcafe.org. We announced others that have filed briefs at the joint meeting, and there's a deadline tomorrow. For others, we expect one from the Senate President and one from the Speaker of the House. If you'd like any updates, there's over 450 articles that have been written and linked to at that website. So if you can't sleep late at night after you're done with this meeting, you can go to nhcafe.org. I had the opportunity to attend, Zachary left. The opportunity to attend North School for a ice cream social done by the Old Home Day Committee. They selected and were awarded they picked the theme for this year, and I wanted to pass on to Zach that they were the students were extremely courteous, in line, and well-behaved, and it was just a pleasant surprise. The only time they got out of hand when it was announced that they beat Matthew Thornton, who had won last year, and they got a little rowdy at that point. The Historic Preservation Task Force met last week. Across the hall, we set up meetings, selected a chair. That's Russ Legou and the vice chair. And their next meeting is the 28th of June. Next item on the agenda appears to be C3 Committee with Mark Blunt.
Thank you, Steve. I will be brief. In your packet this evening, I have provided the second report of the Curriculum Coordinating Council for the school year. This past year, we have averaged up through May 17th, we have averaged 16 members attending the meetings this past year. I have highlighted in the information summary of activities, discussions, and actions of C3 from January to April. Just briefly, some of the highlights included the web-based data systems demonstrations. They were provided at C3 as well as at the school board. We also had many discussions on the high school credit considerations for students at the middle school, which was also brought to the school board. We completed the literacy information for the district website, and also utilized John Connolly for a spotlight on education on Leo 21 this spring. That will rerun this fall. We had a number of teachers involved in that production. Additionally, we have examined benchmarks in middle school and the facts. Recently, Algebra 2 benchmarks were brought forth to C3 in May for approval. We also discussed LMS toolkits, curriculum maps. The textbook initiative template was also brought in May. The C3 committee also completed, with the assistance of the physical education department at all three levels, completed educational information brochures that will be distributed to parents and will be posted on the district website this fall. The approval of the core reading program, a presentation by the high school curriculum coordinators on the program of studies. Members have also seen NECAP results, Dibble's midwinter results, and other assessments that we have presented done in the district, conducted. Enrichment cluster reports, key and math screening schedule, and a variety of other pieces. In addition, in this packet, you'll find the current membership of the coordinating council for the year. We did add one new member, high school parent Martha Smith has been added to C3. Also, you'll find a couple of pages on the various subcommittees that have been working this past year, as well as the entire meeting schedule. The two board members that are on C3 are Ron and Paul, and they have been, I believe, at all of the meetings pretty much throughout the year, one or both at all of the meetings. So that's just a brief snapshot of the activities that have been taking place at C3. I'll entertain any questions.
Questions for Mark, Paul?
The only thing I want to add to Mark's comments is that Mark has taken a cut and is working on a different membership for the council, a reduced membership, a tighter membership that's just as representative but more effective and relevant to the issues that will be covered during the course of the year based on the planned agenda. It's not finalized by any means, but he showed us a draft at the last meeting, and I think certainly my opinion and the consensus of the group then was that he was headed in the right direction, that there's no need to have, I think it's 36 members currently, Mark?
That's correct.
And you're down right now working on something in the mid or high 20s, I think.
Yes. At this point.
And so he's still working on that and getting inputs to that, but I think that will help make things a little more efficient, a little more reasonable and meaningful.
Other questions or statements on curriculum? 7 minutes on curriculum. Another board member has reminded me often that this is the most important item that we do every day.
Can I comment on that, Chief?
Please.
I was thinking of bringing this up, and that's probably a good segue to that. When I look at this, people who have a copy of this package that Mark went through fairly quickly, even though I was at these meetings, I am struck by the amount of work that's going on in curriculum in this district. Now, Mark, I don't know the answer to this question, so I may be barking up the wrong tree, but what the heck. You came from another district, from another state, where you were helping manage curriculum, I believe, and had a similar kind of a council there working on these issues. But when I go through the different topics that were discussed here that you outline, I get about 20 things covered just since you last made a report to the board. Did you even cover that much ground at your last stomping ground?
Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Right, so, and then you have a list of committees back here, and I get a count of, again, something in the neighborhood of 18 to 20 subcommittees, all working on issues in support of these topics. So whereas there may only be 7 minutes of discussion and no questions here, I think that's symptomatic of the fact that they've done their homework, they've done their work, they've often presented these committees or marked for them the results of their work, and it's been thorough enough that generally things go through very smoothly and there are very few questions and they move on. It's always striking to me how much passion, really, that I find that the teachers and staff in this district have about the work that they do as educators. And we see that as board members again and again when they come before us and talk about things, whether it's core reading or the math program or some other such thing. So I don't think the quantity of time in a forum for tonight's meeting necessarily means anything in relative to the amount of work and meaningful effort going on in the district for the benefit of the district and the public. So again, I think we're doing a great job, Mark. You're leading an effective group here, an effective number of groups, And looking forward to another good year next year. Thank you.
Well said, Paul. Ron?
I'm going to take a little bit different approach, Mark. I agree with the amount of work that's being done, but I disagree because this is the only forum that the public has an understanding of what's happening in the area of curriculum. And a lot is happening in the area of curriculum. What I would like to see now that I see the curriculum coordinating subcommittees, boy, I would think it would be nice to schedule one of these committees in at least once a meeting or once a month to talk about what they're discussing. It's important to the community to understand what is happening behind the scenes. People don't believe, if they don't see anything, they don't know anything is going on. The reading committee that came in here and explained what they did with the reading program was not an education for us because we get the literature, but it's out there so the public can understand how we're trying to constantly improve the curriculum in Londonderry. If they believe we're standing still, then we're falling behind. So you have to be aggressive on the curriculum, and you are. You've got 2 pages of committees, hundreds of teachers and administrators as part of that. I would like to see them come in here on a regular basis and talk to us so we can relay to the community what we're doing to improve the curriculum in Londonderry.
I might add, Ron, in our last C3 meeting, we had discussed the parent liaisons and the PTA connection. I think that's another key component as well, where those parent liaisons from the coordinating council can go back to Matthew Thornton or North School and be able to dialogue about curriculum.
If I could, I think doing that, bringing subcommittees in on a regular basis, a combination of the two, I think would be really, really helpful. And it'd be a good edification, I think, for everybody, because not everybody has an opportunity to participate on all the committees. And I think from another perspective too, it will not only talking about the curriculum work, but I think it will also continue to reinforce in the community the quality staff that we have. So I think it'd be a good thing to do.
And I'll be selfish about this. The community needs to know what you're doing about education, because I'm going to come in June and in December and ask for money. Why am I asking for the money? Here's the curriculum that we're implementing, and that's why we're doing it. So it's all tied together. The community has to be a knowledgeable group of people to approve the budget and understand exactly where we're going. The other thing that you did excellent was on the literacy portion with Mr. Conley. I would suggest that you pick a couple of topics next year and you continue that approach, because I've heard excellent comments from parents about that.
Paul, last comment?
And let's not forget that not everybody in town watches Leo 21 faithfully. I'm sorry, Nate. But you know, let's not forget that the literacy document and a lot of the programs we have and a lot of the things that were touched on tonight are also described in detail on the website and constantly being updated. A lot of information there. We have the Wings newsletter, we have the public newsletter, so those are just as important in getting the word out, and those are already in place. So I think those are all helping with the mission here.
Okay, back into, thank you, Mark, back into deliberation. We have an approval of an adult education.
Steve, could I ask a favor? Anne Marie and Nancy have been here, and they've got to get up early in the morning. Would it be possible to go to 9.3 first, which is the wellness policy?
Any cookies?
Steve.
Well, that's a good question.
Carrots and celery.
No cookies on the wellness
Well, they can be
policy.
oatmeal Yes. cookies. They can be
Unless
oatmeal
they're
cookies.
low fat. Then they're no good to eat.
Yeah, the wellness policy, JHCG.
And part of being well is getting a good night's sleep. Administrators,
Happened
as
tonight.
well
What are you
as
implying?
nurses and cafeteria people.
Thank you all for staying till 10:20. We appreciate it.
Way past my bedtime. We met, the three of us met in response to some federal legislation that requires that programs that accept funds for their nutritional programs must implement a wellness policy. And so we checked out the guidelines that the federal government was requesting. We received help from the superintendent, and we came up with this wellness policy. And I believe the school board has already approved the physical education policy, and so that's all taken care of. And this will put us in compliance with the federal government, so we can proceed with accepting funds for our food program. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I have the experts here, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
I think this is just fine as far as it goes, but it's pretty high level, it's pretty general, and it sounds like it's, in a way, it's the beginning. It's some direction, but the specifics in a number of ways need to be nailed down, and it sounds like this will be an ongoing effort with some kind of a committee established.
That's correct. If you look at the last part of the policy, it does talk about establishing a wellness committee that will consist of parents, students, food service department, school board, administration, and the public. And they will be the overseers of our wellness policy.
What's the schedule of forming that?
Well, first we approve the policy so we can get our lima beans for next year.
And beef crumbles.
And
Or
then,
minted peas.
All kidding aside, I think then we'd look to start something up in the fall.
Okay.
I'm teasing you on it, but
So there are no commodities at risk.
well, that's why we have to have a policy in
That's
place.
why we have to have a policy.
Are commodities
So
at
there is
risk?
commodities at risk.
Yes.
Without a policy, you
Yeah.
don't get the commodities.
Yeah. And, my little joking comment about the lima beans, it's true. We have to have these policies in place, otherwise we do put our commodities in place. And,
They'll send us more peas instead of lima.
yeah, we won't get any peas, no lima beans, and no pinto beans. So,
Brussels sprouts.
and heaven knows we need the 5,000 cans of salsa for next year, so.
I inherited a lot.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we accept policy JHCG for first reading.
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Reason I was going to ask him not to second it is I was going to ask if you had any further thing to say, since it was so late in the evening. No? There you go.
You'll notice that we do want school board participation too as well.
Yes.
We want a member from the board to help
No, I
us out
think
with
that
this too.
I think that's good. We know that based on the webpage, when it goes down, this is definitely one of our favorite subjects, so. People are very concerned about the program. That'd be great. We still have to do 2 more readings, so. I think the board won't require any further information from the experts. Okay. Thank you for staying so late tonight.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Policy, sorry, not a policy, approval of the adult ed grant.
Yeah, Jason has put together application packet we have to get the board to approve. We can get between $3,000 and $5,000, I believe it is, for adult ed grant, so help offset our costs.
So move that we approve the application.
Second.
Discussion?
Do we know how much money is available?
It's between 3 and 5, Paul. A lot depends on how much is in the pot, so.
And have we gotten this before?
Yes.
And we usually get somewhere between 3 and 5?
Yes.
So this is pretty routine.
We have to do this every year, so we're trying to get money out of the
Last year
phantom
was
24 million that they said was in for dropouts.
Sticks in my brain.
How do you feel?
I thought, frankly, we coined the term adult education program, but
3,500.
here in Londonderry. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0.
Sorry.
Policy EDDA, the internet log email retention, our second reading. Kelly.
Good evening. For the benefit of the public, this is the second reading of policy EDDA, which is the internet log email
and voicemail retention policy, and the Technology Committee, who is working on a revision of the district's long-range, multi-year technology plan for approval by the state, has requested the board's consideration of this policy in order that we can comply with the requirements of the state technology plan. At the previous meeting, the board had asked us to change a word, administrative personnel may delete email messages, to stronger, administrative personnel will delete email messages. And recently, at the Technology Committee meeting, which George referred to before, there was some discussion about the fact that in consultation with some members of our IT department, we had added a footnote to that requested change, indicating that the superintendent be given some latitude in that area. I had the impression from our discussion of the Technology Committee meeting that that might not be a popular footnote, so it's certainly the board's consideration here this evening as to what that form may be. And also, just because the board had asked how we would retain voicemail messages, there's a possibility of upgrading our current voicemail system for a cost. We're still awaiting, I understand, some information from the vendor as to what that cost might be, but I suspect it could be substantial because it would involve our moving our whole telephone system to a next level. So whether the board would want to do that or not is certainly the board's decision at some place down the road in the budget process, but in the interim, we can establish a special mailbox at each school where we can forward email that needs to be retained. I think that pretty much brings us up to date.
Email or voicemail?
Excuse me,
Voicemail.
voicemail, voicemail.
Thank you.
Sorry, late.
No, yeah, believe me, I know.
Discussion on the board? George?
Do we have any, Brian, I guess this is probably for you. Do we have any legal obligation to retain voicemail records of any discussions about any child? I know we may have email liabilities, but I don't know about voicemail liabilities.
I would think that if there were particular information about children on a voicemail system and we had some kind of a storage need of that capacity, we would probably transfer that. They use a small recorder to record a message from a parent or something of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't, voicemails typically, hey, I called you, call me.
Yeah.
I mean, typically
It's
what
not,
we
I can't
do
see a reason for it,
in
but,
terms of maintaining records is administrators, teachers retain phone logs and things of that nature
Right.
where they're keeping notes of phone calls, messages, conversations, things of that nature.
yeah, I guess even a transcript would suffice, so, okay, thanks.
Paul?
Sue, can you just summarize what the issues were regarding allowing the superintendent the discretion on deciding?
Yeah, make sure you tell him it had nothing to do with the superintendent.
No, he didn't have anything to do with the superintendent. Again, the issue was specifically that because the language had been strengthened to ask personnel to absolutely delete voicemail after a certain number of days, that the personnel would certainly be obligated to do so. And some of the personnel obligated to do so were concerned that they, in following the letter of the board's policy, might delete email that would be considered critical, mission critical, or that might be in terms of, I'm thinking because it's late and my mind is not as sharp at this hour. It might be in a chronological sequence at that time that had some legal or medical or some other sort of need to be maintained for slightly longer, so that the superintendent would have the latitude to say, I don't want you to delete a certain person's email for the next 3 months because we're in the middle of a legal. discourse between a member of our staff and an outside agency or something, and we're maintaining those records.
Yeah.
Is that,
That's fair.
Nate and then Ron.
The discussion went on, and I think where we wound up was that, that if people had emails that they wanted to keep that were relation to a specific issue, they could save those emails to the Z drive or the C drive, as opposed to just putting them in the email folder. I think it was the feeling of the board that in the long term, we would be better off if in fact we taught everybody how to do that. And then at 90-day intervals, I think it was, we'd clean out the email. So part of the discussion, and Sue was kind of leading the discussion on, was that we would set up workshops to ensure everybody knew how to save whatever they needed to save, and I'm one of the guilty parties, to be honest with you, to the Z drive or the C drive, so they wouldn't lose it. And that we would teach people how to do it. We'd let them know that there was a 90-day window, and then after, every 90 days, everything was gone to clear it out, so to save storage space and capacity, if I understood correctly, the conversation. Is that a fair assessment?
yes,
sir?
and again, the reason for the footnote was to allow that latitude, but the concern I heard expressed was the potential for unlimited space storage needs, that by giving that latitude, we just were leaving ourselves vulnerable to needing to have special servers or massive storage units. So the impression I had from the general consensus was, let's educate everybody, let's make sure that they understand there is a limit here, and hopefully we'll change the culture of our district in terms of that.
Ron?
Yeah, and that's really it. The way it was originally written, superintendent, not that he would, but could exempt all administrators, all case managers,
And himself.
and keep, and himself, of course,
Was the problem.
from having anything
Chief
deleted, so
offender.
you really didn't accomplish what you wanted to accomplish. And in any organization, email eats up a lot of servers very quickly. So that's what we want to do, is get to the point where we have the people that save what's necessary, and those that aren't saved, then we delete it on a 90-day basis, on a half a year basis, semester basis, clear it out to maintain the files. Which we
Sure.
tend to save a lot of garbage.
Right.
George and then Steve.
It's on the policy. One of the processes, and I just thought of this, needs to be just notification that, hey, don't forget,
Yes,
on this day, we're deleting these things, so go
Yes.
back to
Yes.
this day, 90 days before, to make sure you,
as part of the.
because we don't want Nate coming in saying, I didn't know.
Yeah, as part of the education process, in addition to making sure that people know where to save, to make sure that things are saved appropriately, we would also have on a regular basis, remind them, don't forget, the Grim Reaper is coming. The Grim Reaper of email will be clearing you out, so.
So you'll email them to give them a
Fill up
message
their
to
mailbox.
remove their email.
We'll make some kind of a way of letting people know.
You only have to miss it once.
Exactly.
Trust me.
With,
You only have to miss it once.
with the type of email service that the district utilizes, all of the emails are resident on a server, correct? They're not downloaded to their computer.
yes,
So
that's correct.
All right. Further discussion? Paul?
So as I understand it, what you're really proposing behind this is that to make it simple and efficient, as a regular course, every 90 days or what have you, someone in administration will simply press a button and delete everything that's 60 days old or older in the way of emails. All staff having been forewarned ahead of time
Gonna
in
def-
each cycle
We will-
that this is coming.
That's correct. I will defer to Mr. Coro.
Yeah,
The
I
IT.
mean,
I don't
it's
see
not quite that simple, but
I don't think it would be press a button. I think that the system would be set up to automatically delete all messages unless they
Right.
were tagged by the administration to save.
right.
Okay, so So I guess I understand that. When it says administrative personnel will delete email messages, that doesn't mean that it falls upon them to do all the deletions. That's.
No, but the system will be either on a manual basis monthly or set up as a routine. That email that is 60 days or 60 days or older as of this date will be deleted. It'll probably be done like in the first of the month or last of the month.
Okay, so administrative personnel doesn't mean every individual administrator.
No, it'd be basically it'd be the network administrator.
The IT administration, the IT network administrator.
Thank you.
Real quick, so the footnote, you'll revise the wording on the footnote?
The footnote goes away,
Okay.
Yeah.
simply goes away.
So we're all set.
I guess one question I have for the board, is, since there was multiple discussions at the technology committee, difference between 60 and 90 days. So the, part of the issue before us is, in the policy as it's written, it's 60. In technology committee, we had talked about 90. I don't know where the board wants to fall on this, so that when we rewrite it for next
That's a space
reading-
management issue. I'd leave it to
That's up
whoever
to you
the
guys.
IT
I don't really
people
care.
are and
There you
let
go.
them figure it out. It's space management. It's
At
not
some
up to
point,
us.
time definite, we're going to delete the files.
Right.
Right, and,
That's our
Just want to
concern.
start deleting.
that's right.
At a reasonable time.
Right. And with the board's understanding, like we talked in the technology committee, there's gonna be kind of a phase-in as we train people and make people aware, train them how to save to C or Z, and, get that done and out of the way before we just wholesale delete.
Right, but I would expect that we would have everyone trained within the first 90 days, which
Yeah,
is the whole
that's-
semester.
Yeah, that's
So-
what
So
we
it's
had talked about.
academic.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting that the current language, it says in excess of 60 days, just is going to stay that way? Did he hear 90 days? or-
The board, I believe, Sue, the board gives latitude 60 or 90, our
Okay.
choice, they didn't care.
It's your selection, but I think of Andrew Corey's school where he does everything by email. And people depart for summer holiday
Right.
and then they come back and
Everything's gone.
it's nearly 60 days and 3 or 4 weeks, their stuff's all gone.
Yeah,
So, 90 might work better for you, but I think you understand the
yes,
direction.
we do.
Motion to accept second reading EDDA.
Wait,
Oop. Welcome, Marty. And thank you for trying to adjust the air conditioning.
Do my best. Marty Bovee, 3 Tinkham Lane. A question, does the system have the ability to do backup tapes so that you could back up what you deleted and hold on to them for 6 months?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or a year, and then, if that's clear and you have no need for them, then you could just delete those, or specific files you want to say?
Yeah, but the problem with, the answer to your question is yes, but the problem is, as we talked about in the tech committee meeting, when you back up files, you have a file called mbovie, minutes. So if you're looking for that file, you'll look for mbovie or you do brackets and you find bovie. Email, there's no file name. It's just it's, you know what I'm saying? So to find an email that I sent to Nate Greenberg on September 36 regarding budget is very difficult because there is no file name attached to that email. You see what I'm saying? Subject line is probably the only way. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure exactly how the system backs up the email.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly what information is stored as an identifier to the file.
I would expect it's full system backups, and then you have, when you restore, you can't restore selectively like you said.
I'm not even trying to compare your system to the state's, because the state's is huge, but we do archive and/or delete on a regular basis, and they warn us, plenty of warning, telling us that on June 1st, we were, they start at maybe the 1st of May, and they start June 1st, we are going to delete files, and it's a reminder that comes out every week to let you know we're going to delete as of January or say March 30th. Everything prior to that will be deleted. If you're going to save it, you archive it now, otherwise you'll lose it. So I mean, there's plenty of warning.
So what's the state's window?
I was gonna say 60, but I'm not sure if it's 60 or not. Not 60, I'm sorry, 6 months.
Yeah,
Because we've got a huge system.
6 months.
And they kept adding to it because of the volume of mail. And then they came up with the archiving and a lot of the other things that we're able to do. But I was just curious as whether you could download it, or save it. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the second reading of policy EDDA, internet log and email retention.
Second.
First by Ron, second by George. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Discuss South School Space Needs Committee charge.
Want me to do that one?
It's up to Nate.
You have before you, as I'm kind of going through my packet, the draft charge of the South School Space Needs Committee. We've had a selection of members that, of both staff and public members that Linda Kittering has parents from the South School. And I guess this is just a charge to be adopted by the board as we move forward in defining some of the space needs requirement, obviously with the major emphasis being on the construction and replacement of the modular classrooms that are down in South School.
Ron?
Okay, first question I have here is, separate comparative, the committee will review current and projected enrollments. I think that should be a district review, not a school review on that. I mean, they can use some rough numbers on there, but I believe that needs to be on a district-wide level. We shouldn't be looking at an individual, looking at it in its an isolated case there. So I think that should be taken out of the charge. The other item that I have a concern about, that we look about this, as we've been speaking about this, and with the amounts of work that we've done on South School already, the interior renovations kind of scares me. It sounds like it's a North School charge that we're looking at changing offices around and stuff like that. And I'll be frank right up front now, that's not my intention here. My intention is I've got 8 portables down there, and I would be replacing the portables, maybe putting an extra classroom depending on programs, but not going into the real building to make some changes other than what changes need to be made for fire codes and sprinkler systems and stuff like that. That's not something I'm looking for, and that's not how we put it in the CIP. We put it in the CIP as a replacement of the portables. And I, going back to the previous statement, the population at the elementary schools that we've seen over the past several years, and what I'm seeing in my own mind, what projections are, that I don't see an increase in the expansion of that, changing interior walls around, changing office spaces around, and anything like that. So I like the charge to kind of reflect that type of, that's mine, I don't know how the board feels on that, but I think that's where I am on that, is to reflect, hey, this is a replacement of the portables. We have 20-year-old portables down there. Let's replace the portables.
George? And then Dan?
Ron, just to you, I got a question. I actually have 2 questions for you. The first one regarding the look at the enrollment district-wide.
Yes.
I agree with you, but I'm not 100% sure why I don't want to focus on South School, the development that's going on in south end of town, or lack of development that's going on in south end of town.
Because eventually, I believe that you're going to have to move some boundaries.
Well, if you're talking about moving boundaries to put kids in different schools, then that's far beyond the scope of
But the answer is, if I look at South School.
this committee.
If I look at South School, I would probably see a continuous decrease in population. And what I'm saying is, you have to look at, we have so many seats at the elementary level. Okay? So we want to make sure that we're balancing out the seats there, that you don't look, if I looked at the projections from 5 years ago to now, I would show a decline like this. Okay? And then we have a bump up there when we did a redistricting 6 years ago. and then it kind of come down. So I think that's what the district-wide needs to look at, is how does it look at in elementary? They've got what the population is now, and they should be building for where they are about now in population. Not projecting that they're going to increase in population or a significant decrease in population, because I think you're seeing growths in other parts of the town that you may have to make some adjustments.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, is I believe that's, I mean, you get the study that comes out of, what's the group again?
Southern New Hampshire Planning.
It's not Southern, no, it's the SEPS.
SEP.
SEPS group, and that's the one that you use to show the projections. You use the elementary, the kindergarten enrollments, you start projecting that out, you've got a cohort of how much the kids move along there. So I think it's a process that you go through to see where the population is in the district and saying, yes, I need space. The other big thing is, how are we going to plan that? The bigger one, I think, in this whole thing is, how are we planning for special education? We are starting an autism program at Matthew Thornton.
Right.
As we start the program at Matthew Thornton, we're looking at it right now for the children entering in from LEAP. We've got to project that program out. What are we doing for 5 years of programs? Because we start now and that's going to move out. If that's going to eat, say right now it's taking 2 of the classrooms, and that goes up to 6 or 7 classrooms to cover that program, and I'm just grabbing a number there. That affects the total population necessary at Matthew Thornton. It was no longer a school for 850. When I pull those other classrooms out, it may go down to 750. So how do we make that adjustment district-wide as we look at bigger programs to meet the needs of our students? So I think that's a district-wide review of the whole program. I think the South School building should be looking at where the population now is and what programs they have there. And a fundamental program from Nate and Brian is, what special ed programs are they going to put in South School? Or is it just where we are, and how does the rest of them go? So that's why I'm saying that's on an upper level type of program.
So just to follow up, then I don't remember exactly the list of names on the committee, but you want to make sure we get the right people there, because based on the change, because I think that's a significant change from what I would have understood a South School Needs Committee to be. So with that said, I also am not sure that I agree that I want to limit it just to replacing those classrooms. I want to look and see what may need to be done in view of the kind of things that you're talking about.
Let me bring
So
Dan.
I'm not sure I want to restrict it.
Dan or Dennis?
Well, I think what you have to do to be prudent on any space needs review, this isn't a building committee at this stage. And we can go back and look at what North School, maybe Ron can refresh my memory, but I don't remember what was in the CIP for North School, if anything, but I think it was replacement of the portables. But as we got into the project, we identified a bunch of other needs, and I'll use the library as a particular example. I'm not sure, Ron, we're talking about ripping out classrooms. We're not talking about anything yet. But I think you'll miss the boat if you say, I only want this charge to be replacement of the portables, because in your own words, you have to look at program enhancements as well. And if you're talking space needs, you have to look at elementary programs throughout the district and what you're going to do with those. Maybe that's at board level, maybe that's not at this committee level. But I'll use the library down there.
But
We didn't do anything with the library when we did the mold replacement down there. Or the mold, what's the right word? Eradication.
Right, but
I don't want to say we replace mold.
When I'm looking at this charge here, if I looked at the original North School building cost, I believe in the CIP was originally at $8 million or $9 million. The original CIP on that was a significant number that we were talking about. The original thing was expansion of the cafeteria, the library. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that got moved out of it. All I want to make sure, I don't have a problem looking at it, but I don't want to see us think, I as a board member are looking at, well, boy, it'd be nice to expand the wall of the gymnasium. It'd be nice to make more office spaces like this.
Nobody said that.
Well, I'm
You're
just,
hearing something I'm not.
I just want to make sure that we have a handle around it, that we're not coming up with an $8 million proposal here when we're looking at that. And that's my concern. We can look at everything, but
I can understand your comments, but I think it's, what's the right word? Not, well, I don't know what the right word is. It's jumping the gun a little bit, because I think we're not looking at a building committee, we're looking at a space needs committee. And in that space needs committee, to reiterate what I just said, I think we do understand district-wide we have to look at, and we talked about it at this level, and I'll use the word, but redistricting, and that would be rechanneling children throughout the district, and may very well be into South School. In addition to that is programs. Isn't that the charge of a space needs committee, to look at certainly to understand and take into consideration the programs that you look, and the autism program is certainly one that we'll have to look at district-wide, particularly at the elementary level. And you're 100% correct. Have we as a board said we're going to grow the autism program, in fact it does, only at Matthew Thornton? I don't know that's the right place. We have to look at all that.
Ron, what if we did this with this work? Because my question was, are we considering the growth in southern Londonderry? And of course, we know that that's not there. What if we take a direction in the sentence where it says, the committee will engage an architect to develop the plans that best meet the needs and provide an estimate of the project? What if we short-circuit that a bit and have the Space Needs Committee do a presentation to the board before we engage an architect to develop the plans? That way, the board can review the space needs that they feel that they need.
I don't have a problem with that, because the other thing is that we have a September 06 deadline on this to make a recommendation, and this is a 2009 project. It's not on the ballot for next year.
Right.
Okay?
But I think that date came from trying to meet the CIP deadlines.
Well, we still have time, and we still have, again, we have a number in there as a placeholder and the point. If we're looking to have this done for September, then are we looking to, someone has an idea of putting it on the ballot in March that we're not
All
aware
right,
of?
so then a report on the Space Needs Committee and where they stand before they engage an architect, and having that report on September 30th would work on this.
The problem, though, Steve, is we'll need direction from the architect. Like, most likely, it'll be Frank, I guess, on various issues, because there's some issues with possible boundary lines, and there's some issues with possible ways of addressing the replacement of the portables. For example, I'll give you one problem. In North School, we were lucky in that we were able to find a solution that we could build the new wing and still have the portables in place while the construction goes on, and then when construction was done. So, and then move them over. Here, we don't think we have that luxury. So having the architect would work with us to come up with the best solutions of what you want to do. Then as best he could, provide some estimated costs. The construction of the wing is this. If you wanted to do this, it's that. So the board then has an idea of the list, let's say the laundry list of 5 things to come up with, how much it costs and which items you may not want to do, at least up front. Because the design of this is going to be critical because of the limited space over in the corner that we're talking about where the modules are.
See that, and that's fine, but I think that the issue, again, the sentence reads, the committee will engage an architect to develop the plans. I mean, you are saying that the architect is going to develop the plans. The rest of the sentence, I think, is reasonable, that best meet the needs to provide an estimate of the project. But
Would it be a conceptual design that we're looking for in September?
Remember, we haven't appropriated the entire architectural fees here.
Right. And
We're only talking a proportionate share that's in this year's, on this year's warrant, or if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I
So
think
we have to have
referred to
some,
it as A&E Light.
so we have to have some preliminary proposals to discuss.
What I'm looking for, what I'm wondering if, is a conceptual design as opposed to plans, because if I go down the plans, I would have spent the money, I'm almost there. It
We
is
don't
a
have-
building.
Yeah.
It becomes a building committee because I've got 20 or 25% of a plan done. That's my concern. So what I'm saying, before we go into deeply, and there's some conceptual ideas to meet the boundary needs and stuff like that, but not get into the detail where we're spending a lot of money on it. And that we have a discussion on where we're going with the programs, because I think that's a district-wide program that the whole board should be involved in.
Before, as you remember, Ron, North School got accelerated due to a safety issue.
Exactly.
If South School became a safety issue, I think we'd be having a different conversation here. But it's still, my understanding is it's still a Space Needs Committee on the ballot for 2009.
Right.
So I don't think any of that's changed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but
You're correct there.
I haven't heard anything down there, so, yeah, so we're not, nobody's trying to expedite anything anybody's unaware of, but I think it's prudent in any space needs to address the building, not only ripping down and throwing out portables. I think if somebody came back and said, hey, what about this? It's prudent to ask that.
No question, but
And that's
I didn't.
where I think we're looking.
I
So-
guess I agree with you on that point. I'm just trying to avoid a
Remember, it's the board's
expansion.
decision at the end of the day.
Yeah, but after we get a committee that has momentum, that kind of goes all this way, it's tough to look at exactly where we're going. That's my concern, is that we like to focus on the myself, I would like to focus on the portables. If there's some other minor stuff that needs to be done, and we got to remember, the community's put over $2 million into that building in the last couple of years. Roughly, I think, for the mold mitigation, we ripped down the walls, we replaced all the windows. So we have put already a significant amount of money into that building. And that we've taken care of a lot of the deficiencies that have existed. The HVAC system, we've changed that out in the portable classroom. So there's been a lot of preliminary work, not by choice. But that's what I'm looking at, is to try to get that looked at in that type of light. That the idea is that the portables is the major area that we'd like to look at. And yes, look at the interior renovations, but, use reason within that area is, I guess, what I'm looking at.
Paul, when's the next meeting?
September?
Space, no.
No.
You're on the committee, right, for,
Oh,
when's the next space?
I think we're gonna have, that hasn't been scheduled yet, right, Peter?
Hasn't been scheduled. We're going to try to get one in before school ends, and then probably pick up in September.
So there is no, this deadline on here isn't,
How can you get the deadline if you can only meet once?
Well, because we were going to accelerate the process, but the process obviously.
I wasn't aware of the deadline, but what's the impetus of the deadline, Peter?
I thought the board wanted at least a report for CIP purposes and for budgetary planning purposes, so they have an idea of what they're looking at.
Well, we have a placeholder in the CIP now.
Right.
So I think
Maybe you can
that
move it
should
out.
that should be either up or here, but it's a placeholder for 2009.
You can move it out as much as you want.
But I think if we only have one meeting, I think we should have more meetings before we come back with a recommendation to the board.
Yeah, otherwise it's wasting time. Ron?
But,
And then
oh, okay.
Paul, I'm sorry.
No, I'm all set.
No, do you want to finish up here?
Oh, no, I just wanted to reiterate that I think it's, and I said it before, it's prudent to look at the entire structure on a recommendation. I think you would not be doing due diligence if you did anything else. But I hear your comments. The primary focus has been and will be
The
portables. But there are issues that code, as Peter said, there's property line boundaries, there's access, there's parking.
There's code
All
issues.
that falls under the purview of
Yep.
portable replacement. So
I was too strong in my statement about not looking at it. I
maybe you weren't
apologize.
strong enough because you haven't convinced me.
I was too strong in my statement. The only other
Fair
thing
enough.
is, on the committee, is the board going to appoint a committee on this, like we do on other committees, or how is that working? Generally, the board appoints the committees.
So we'll come to the board with a membership list, is that what you're saying?
Generally, we have
Who's the
applications.
chairman? Who's the?
Well, generally, we have applications, people say they want to be on committees, and the board selects people that's been the process that we've used. Are we using that same process here?
I think Peter can bring you up to date on membership recruitment.
I think the recruitment of the South School Committee was certain staff members that have been involved in building committees. And then Linda went out and seeked parents, obviously South School parents. And we have a list of people that based on Linda's request, parents that are anxious to be part of the South School Committee. I can give that to you. I thought it was here. I can give it to you or email it or give it an 8. But I don't think it was an advertisement in the paper or anything like that.
I guess the question is, should it have been there, because there may be people interested in participating that wasn't aware of it.
I know of at least one.
I'm just asking the question.
Well,
Dan?
let's look at the committee composition as it exists today. 2 board members were appointed by the board, Paul and I. The business administrator's been on every building committee that I've been involved with. The director of facilities has been on every building committee.
Right.
The principal of the facilities have been on every building committee.
Right.
So far, I don't see any delegation of authority or responsibility or what the board would have chosen to do otherwise. The principal, I don't know how she did it, but she may speak to it, went out and Bob Lincoln and Dan Gunnery expressed pleasure to somebody.
Yeah.
And somehow they're on the committee. So I don't know how many people we want on the committee, but we can add a bunch more if we want, but
I believe there were 3 parents.
I don't know how that solicitation occurred, but I hear what Ron's point is, and we should, if we're talking about future committees or all committees, maybe we make it a mandate that the board appoints them. But in this particular instance, I think 7 of the committee members are ones that would have been there. The businessman, you stepped out, Ron, but the business administrator, the facilities director, the principal, Paul and I were appointed by the board, and I think that's it.
And you indicated 3 citizens.
I said, Linda, I don't know how she solicited that interest, but
The only complaint I've had from the community is they feel often that not enough of the community is engaged in the process.
I can speak to how the first parents were solicited. They were the parents when you did an elementary space needs committee. They were the people who I originally asked to be on the committee. Then it became a North School Building Committee. I went back to those same people because they have some history and knowledge, if they wanted to be part of that. Only one of them did. They're working as a couple, coming when they can come. Then from that person and talking with the PTA president, I got suggestions for people who had younger children who would benefit from the renovation. I can give the names if you're interested.
So one of the individuals was involved in that Space Needs Committee that looked out throughout the entire town.
Right, and I asked the other parent as well, and they couldn't do it.
And then the other 2 individuals have young children in the school.
Yep. And were recommended by the PTA.
Paul?
2 things. One, on this particular subject, I guess it makes some sense that we try to develop a consistent way of handling these things, because I have no doubt this comes up with other issues, not just building committees, and in fact, not just school board, school-related things. It comes up on town things, it comes up on rec leagues and issues. Well, how did they get invited and we didn't? It sounds like somebody ought to give some thought to, on a consistent basis, putting the word out so everybody has a fair shot of learning of the opportunity and being able to request being a member of that group, whether it's putting it in the newsletter, putting it on the website, Leo 21 advertisement, all of the above. There's probably something Nate and his staff can figure out a way to do that, bring it to us, and we say, that sounds good, let's do that from now on.
I believe we have a method of doing it. In fact, I think we even have a form in the district office for participation on committees that people would fill out and do it. There was one several years ago. I'm not sure.
A
if
form.
A form that they would
Right.
come in and you would
Well, what we're talking about
advertise
is
it,
Communicating. that there is a
advertising it
form.
in the paper to say anyone that was interested in the committee, please contact the district office, and they filled out the paperwork.
I would, I would think that regarding a building committee, a committee like this, that procedure would be, here's the recommended charge, here's the recommended composition of the committee.